Okay, you can go ahead and begin whenever you're ready, Trojan.
All right. So we are going to go ahead and call this meeting on November 18th of the Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission to order. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to all of our commissioners, to all of our staff, to our guests, and to folks who are beaming in from wherever you are in the world. We, however, as a commission, and many of us who are members, are coming to you from traditionally Tongva Chumash land, the traditional caretakers of this land, and we want to thank them for the opportunity to live and work and thrive on this land that they have been so diligent in maintaining for decades, centuries, and generations. I want to make a couple of comments about some developments that have happened over the last couple of days, very briefly, before introducing the panelists for today's meeting and introducing the meeting more generally. So first, I'm going to sort of talk a bit about those developments and then provide a bit of a response. So last night, on the eve of our Civilian Oversight Commission hearing on deputy gangs, the first single subject hearing that I'm aware of in our commission's history, and the first exclusively on the subject of deputy gangs, after a lot of work from the chair of our ad hoc committee, Leo Rubin, and the members of the ad hoc committee on deputy gangs, and a lot of work from our staff and community partners. We are putting forward this hearing as a way to promote transparency and accountability within the Sheriff's Department, which is our charge. This is also a meeting that LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva was subpoenaed to attend, but thus far has refused to appear under oath to discuss this critical matter of public concern that impacts the integrity of his leadership and the legality of department policies and practice. Instead, the sheriff, instead of attending, the sheriff sent a letter about me to members of the Board of Supervisors indicating that he will no longer voluntarily attend commission meetings, nor will he make LASD staff available to the commission as required by LA County ordinance, although he will provide documents that we are legally entitled to. The sheriff indicated that he will no longer attend commission meetings or allow LASD officials to work with the commission because he objected to quotes or statements attributed to me because he claims our meetings are, quote, not productive, although the people who count on the commission to provide transparency and accountability would disagree, and because the commission is overrun with members that are anti-police, although our members, who include a former judge and head of the department, the Drug Enforcement Agency, a former Los Angeles County prosecutor, a former member of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and a pastor, would likely disagree. Make no mistake, the letter, its contents, and its timing suggest this is another attempt by LASD to bully, harass, and intimidate me, the commission, and other oversight officials for doing our job. I believe in openness and transparency, and will provide a brief response as part of my introduction to the themes of today's meeting and hearing on deputy gangs within the Sheriff's Department. And as the sheriffs addressed me in a letter, I will respond in kind. Dear Sheriff Villanueva, I hope this letter finds you well. I'm in receipt of your letter objecting to certain statements attributed to me in the press. In particular, you argue that saying that there is a problem with racism in the department, that there is a problem with racist gangs and gang-like activity in the department, and that leadership in the department appears to do very little in the face of such racism and deputy gang activity in the department is defamatory and slanderous. And as the sheriff knows or should know, truth is an absolute defense to accusations of slander or defamation. And as we have heard before in a number of reports, commission hearings, federal civil rights lawsuits, and findings from the Federal Department of Justice itself, and as we will hear today in our first ever commission hearing to focus exclusively on the issue of deputy gangs, these statements are unfortunately all too supported by the facts. We have heard reports that the Sheriff's Department engages in policies and practices that systematically burden non-white populations throughout LA County with over-policing, excessive use of force, disproportionate rates of stops and frisks and arrests. At the same time, we have not heard such complaints in more affluent majority white communities such as Malibu or West Hollywood, where LASD provides patrol services. In our last meeting, we heard allegations of systemic racial profiling and abuse by deputies assigned to patrol schools in the Antelope Valley, where deputy gangs are alleged to operate. Just last week, the public received additional reports from the LA Times, which evaluated thousands of bike stops by deputies, finding significant patterns of anti-Latinx biases and stops with little public safety benefits. Prior to the current administration, the Office of the Inspector General found that deputies engaged in a pattern and practice of racial profiling against Latino drivers. And this is quite unfortunate given that this department is led by someone who identifies as Latino. And as we will sadly hear, and as we sadly hear at every meeting, nearly all of the victims of deadly uses of force in the last few years have been people of color, many with mental illnesses. At today's hearing, we will hear from John Sweeney, attorney with the Sweeney firm, Dr. Samuel Peterson with the Rand Corporation, Dion Barnes Proby with the Rand Corporation, Max Huntsman of the Office of the Inspector General, Sean Kennedy, the Director of the Center of Juvenile Law and Policy, and Melanie Ochoa, an attorney with the ACLU and Director of the ACLU Policy and Practices Project. We'll hear from these speakers about the problems of racist deputy gangs that have plagued the department for over 40 years. These speakers will describe reports of deputy gangs that valorize violence in predominantly communities of color, gangs that exclude African Americans and women, and who embrace white supremacist iconography and tattoos, such as helmets used in Nazi Germany, or incidents where deputies have used significant amounts of force against Latino populations, including prominently a journalist by the name of Ruben Salazar. We will hear about histories of deputy gangs with names like Wayside Whites, which operated in the LA County jails and targeted African American people who were incarcerated in those jails for serious injury and violence. These are not benign social groups, unlike what the sheriff contends. They encourage, as Rand has found, and have others reports like the OIG, Loyola Center on Juvenile Law and Policy, the ACLU, federal reports, and many others have found that they encourage excessive force, racially discriminatory stop and arrest policies that promote individuals who shoot and kill LA residents, particularly Latinos. Gangs that promote fabrication, these are gangs that also promote fabrication, that are alleged to promote fabrication of evidence and a code of silence to protect their members. We will hear from families like the Vargas family and the Taylor family who allege that deputies intentionally killed or intended to seriously injure their loved ones without justification, acts that, if committed by a civilian, would constitute murder or at least manslaughter. And these aren't just mere allegations of heartbroken families. County Council has settled many wrongful death lawsuits for millions of dollars, at the most recent count at about 55 million, as is indicated in our staff memo. The coroner has engaged in an unprecedented inquest in the cases of people like Andres Guadardo or Dijon Kizzy because of the unprecedented obstruction by the Sheriff's Department. There have been findings by our staff that the sheriff has not sufficiently rooted out these deputy gangs, and in fact has obstructed oversight to ensure that these deputy gangs are not operating. The OIG has found that the very weak policy that was adopted by the Sheriff's Department has not actually resulted in any discipline, meaning that, again, these deputy gangs are not being taken seriously by the administration. I am not, however, unreasonable. I will happily apologize when the sheriff successfully provides sworn testimony and provides evidence that can be independently verified by the OIG and the commission that racist deputy gangs have been eliminated, and racist deputy gangs have been eliminated from the department, and that gang-like behavior such as harassment and intimidation of oversight officials and families of victims of sheriff's deputy violence, obstruction of attempts to investigate racism, and deputy gangs have been stamped out. Unfortunately, the sheriff has not agreed to do so. And so in the meantime, this commission will not be silent. We will not be bullied. We will not be intimidated. We will continue with our work. And with that, Jennifer, please call the roll.
Good morning, everyone. Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Giggins,
Here.
Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Kennedy,
Here.
Chair Ochin,
Here.
Commissioner Rubin, Commissioner Thompson, and Vice Chair Tolentino.
Here.
Roll is called.
And Commissioner Harris has just joined you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, it is. Thank you.
Thanks. Good to see you. I like that jacket. It's very
Well,
nice.
thank you.
Nice
I
combination.
just thought.
All right, so I'm going to just kind of go over some housekeeping matters before we get into our agenda. So first, I want to talk about our code of conduct, and it is as follows. To ensure a productive meeting for all, there are a few guidelines in the code of conduct. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment must relate to that agenda item for which the person is signed up. Public comment is limited to the commission's jurisdiction, and public comment does not include the right to engage in dialogue with commission members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, or derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the commission, any member, staff, or other person. A person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the Sheriff Civilian Oversight Commission framework here that we're using, WebEx. I'll also make a couple of announcements about how to make public comment when we get to that point. But right now we'll transition to our consent calendar. So the first item on our consent calendar is the approval of our October 21st, 2021 minutes. And if there is no objection, the minutes will be adopted. Is there any objection? Okay, so if there's no objection to the minutes being adopted, then we will move on to agenda item number 2A, which we approach with a very sad and heavy heart, which is the election for the position of Vice Chair of the Sheriff Civilian Oversight Commission. But before we do so, I want to just acknowledge and thank the Vice Chair Tolentino for the work that he's done on behalf of this commission, for the insight and intellect and integrity that he's brought to his work, for being a steady and calm voice in very tumultuous times, particularly when he was vice chair, both with myself and also with Chair Rubin. So before we turn it over to take nominations and have the election, I wanted to give Vice Chair Tolentino an opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you for those kind words, Chair Ocean. Let me say briefly that I support your letter responding to Sheriff Villanueva. I've had a great honor to be part of this commission, and I've had a great learning experience. I've learned commitment and tenacity that this commission has shown for the citizens of LA County. They are the hallmarks of this commission. I'm also saddened that I have to leave under these circumstances, under these very difficult times, but knowing that under the leadership of the chair, you will continue to advocate and carry out the mission of this commission. Thank you also to Brian Williams, to Max Huntsman, and commission staff, whose work and support I know I couldn't do the whatever small contribution I had for this commission. Thank you all for your support, and I will continue to support this commission now as a private citizen. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Tolentino. Please know that we will continue to support you and we will be rooting for and praying for you. So let me ask now if there are nominees for the position of Vice Chair of the Commission. Commissioner Rubin. You're muted.
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Sean Kennedy.
Is there a second for the nomination?
I second.
Seconded by Commissioner Giggins. Commissioner Kennedy, do you agree to accept the nomination?
Yes.
Wonderful. Are there any other nominations for the position of vice chair? Okay, hearing none, I will just take a vote here. All those in favor of electing Sean Kennedy, vice chair of the commission, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, no. Abstentions. All right. Congratulations, Commissioner Kennedy, on your election to vice chair of the commission. Yes,
Thank you.
and we know you have big shoes to fill following the diligent work and committed work of Vice Chair Tolentino. We'll carry on the work that you helped us get started, Cass. So thank you so much for your service. Okay, so the vice chair will take over, I believe, at our next meeting. So this will be Kaz's last meeting, and then Sean will take over in December. So now we will move on to agenda item 2B, which is deputy gangs within the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. There's a staff report which is available to all members of the commission and the public, which you can refer to help with the conversation. The way that this will be structured is we will hear from family members who are impacted by alleged deputy gang activity. In particular, we will hear from Valerie Vargas, who is the aunt of Anthony Vargas, who was fatally shot and killed by LASD deputy on August 12th, 2018. We will then hear from Andrew N. Taylor, the father of Donta G. Taylor, who was fatally shot and killed by LASD members on January 25th, 2016. From there, we will move on to hear from Mr. John Sweeney, who is an attorney with the Sweeney firm. We will have questions from the commission, and then we will hear from Rand, and then our representatives from the OIG, the Loyola Center on Juvenile Law and Policy, and from the ACLU, followed by commissioner comments and public comment. Okay, that's the way that we will proceed. So let me now turn this over to Valerie Vargas. Welcome, Ms. Vargas.
And Valerie, you are unmuted now. Can you try speaking again?
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Please go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to say congratulations, Mr. Kennedy, on being elected co-chair. We appreciate all the hard work you've been doing since the beginning. My name is Valerie Vargas, and I also have sitting beside me Stephanie Luna. We are here on behalf of our nephew, Anthony Vargas. We are here to give Anthony a voice today. Anthony Vargas was 21 years old when he was gunned down by two East Los Angeles Sheriff's deputies who have been identified as active members of the East Los Angeles Sheriff's deputy gang, the Bandidos. Anthony was executed while running in fear for his life from two deputies who chose to target and steal his life as an entryway into a deputy gang within the East Los Angeles Sheriff's Station. He was beaten and battered before being shot 13 times in the back and left to die on a sidewalk in the Nueva Housing Maravilla projects here in East Los Angeles in the early morning of Sunday, August 12, 2018. The two deputies did not prioritize nor render medical aid immediately. Anthony was left on the sidewalk to suffer from excessive gunshot wounds and left to bleed. You know, it's crippling to live with the fact that the boy we raised and had just celebrated choked on his own blood. It's the same blood that runs through me. Anthony's civil rights were violated during the encounter and in death. The crime scene was tampered with, compromised, and a gun would be planted. There is no matching DNA of Anthony on that gun. Anthony's body was left unprotected for over 13 hours. It would take hours before they would cover his body and place a tent over him. They left him to blister and bloat that day. I strongly believe they did this to compromise his body for the autopsy. Inconsistent statements would be made by deputies, sergeants, and detectives. Recently, all responding deputies have been identified as active members of the Bandidos. There have been no repercussions or corrective process to the killer cops Nicholas Perez and Jonathan Rojas since day one. Instead, they would be celebrated at Kennedy Hall, rewarded, and promoted to training officers within a matter of weeks of killing Anthony. The sergeant present that night of Anthony's murder, Sarah Rodriguez, would be promoted to internal affairs at the station. This troubles us.
The destructive path the deputy gang created did not stop at the theft of Anthony's life. It was forcibly placed upon us, Anthony's surviving family. It continued while we were waiting behind stretched yellow tape. From the minute we arrived upon hearing of a shooting, they approached our family with the us versus them mentality. The dialogue expressed to our confused and grieving family was hostile and purposely made to be degrading. We were criminalized for loving Anthony, and it has been that way ever since. The East LA Sheriff deputies are doing everything they can to try and shut us up because they know that we know of their abuses and what happened and what's coming. And where they're trying everything possible to keep that a secret. Now our family is enduring witness intimidation while we are in active litigation. We are surviving being surveillance, taunted, followed, doxxed, and illegally detained within these past 3 years. The harassment we are enduring is not limited to adults, but our kids and elderly are subjected to it as well. We have had responding deputies cyber stalk our social media platforms. This deputy is responsible for placing handcuffs on Anthony's lifeless body. His father was a lieutenant at the time of Anthony's murder. There is no doubt in our mind that the father protected him from Anthony's murder and now feels the need to intimidate our family into silence. We have had multiple encounters with specific deputies who have targeted Anthony's brother since 2018. They were recently published in an LA Times article, known as the LA Sheriff deputies who use minor stops to search bicyclists with Latinos hit hardest. These same deputies are the ones we have been voicing our concerns in most COC and Board of Supervisors. They are documented in a May 2021 ACLU family harassment report. These same deputies were also dispatched outside of Anthony's third-year anniversary, displaying Blue Lives Matter apparel while we mourned. We believe these deputies are prospects of the Bandito gang. We have been pulled over for bogus felony stops and have had guns drawn at us. We have been tailgated, boxed in while operating vehicles. We have had deputies tell us they gave Anthony a degrading nickname within the station. We have had Anthony's killer, Jonathan Rojas, stalk us outside our family residence. We have been publicly mocked and targeted by Alex Villanueva in multiple lives and press conferences that resulted in full retaliation from sheriff deputies. We are just one of many impacted families impacted by deputy gangs that has made us fair game within LASD. They systematically go after anyone who publicly speaks out against them. Anyone who speaks out against these deputy gangs is seen as the enemy. The psychological trauma these sheriffs have embedded has been severe and long-lasting. There has been nowhere to turn to. This is not the life me or my family ever thought we would have to live and manage. We deserve to be heard. Anthony deserves justice. We deserve justice. Victims and survivors of police violence and deputy gangs never get that. There is no erasure of the PTSD that we are left to deal with. There's no recovering from this. This is a long-term struggle. The most important thing that has been done is a persistent telling of the truth. And that's what we're doing. We have to continue to fight. We have to continue to fight for what's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie Vargas, for your testimony and your impactful statement. As you know, the Commission is working very diligently to find resources to advocate for family assistance program and to ensure that families who are impacted by sheriff's violence are provided with care and support. And of course, the whole reason that we're here today is to examine and inquire about the operation of deputy gangs so that we can root them out of the department. So thank you so much for being here. Next, I want to invite Mr. Andrew Taylor, the father of Donta G. Taylor, to provide remarks.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, good morning. Sorry, I'm on audio only. I'm at work today, so I'm on my phone. But I just want to say thank you for the invitation to be a part of this. Donta was murdered back in 2016, August, which the evening that he was murdered by the LA County Sheriff, was also the evening of my wife and I 25th wedding anniversary. So while we were out celebrating to get home, and later that night to find out that my son was murdered on our very same night of celebration, 25 years of marriage, first of all, that was detrimental in itself. And, you know, every year we celebrate our anniversary, also are memorializing or, you know, celebrating the life of Dante, unfortunately taken by the LA sheriff. And the way that he was taken on a drive up and search when he was standing on a corner, resulted into a chase and ultimately being murdered. And that's the lady spoke before, Ms. Vargas, left to dead next to a fence over a ravine, exposed, and not only that, but there was trash all around him. So you're talking about indecency. That was indecency to the utmost. And later to hear through Mr. Sweeney's deposition with the officer that there were gangs and party initiations and things of that nature, very detrimental, very hurtful. You know, I have, and at the time that Dante was murdered, I have my younger son, which was in the 10th grade, and the way that I found out about Dante's death and that he had been murdered by the LA County Sheriff was over a phone call. My nephew saw it that next morning on the news, or early in the morning, and he called me and asked me had I spoken to Dante, and I said I spoke to him yesterday, which was he called earlier in the day to wish me and his mom a happy anniversary. And he said that because there was a Dante killed in Compton, and he was 31, and my nephew knows the age of his cousin. So anyway, I have a son in the 10th grade, and by the time he got to the 12th grade and with senior activities and outings and proms and just wanting to go with his friends, I caused my son to suffer because within myself, the insecurities of hearing another phone call, receiving another phone call of losing a son, was too overwhelming for me. And I had to apologize. My son now is a senior in college, but even now I'm still apologizing to him for not allowing him to go out or to live a regular senior high school life because of my own insecurities. And these are kind of traumas that the LA County Sheriff Department calls. Nobody asks for them. Nobody even perceives. And that's something you think about, of burying a child, your own child, before yourself. Even now, I mean, 5 years later, it's still difficult. Even now, we don't even know, do we suppose, my wife and I, do we supposed to celebrate our anniversary? Because it's the very same day of my son's death. And we battle with that each and every year, each and every day. We think about him. I'm thankful for Mr. Sweeney and all that he did. I'm thankful for the deposition I was taken and the confession that the officers made, because honestly, I was unaware about some of the gangs that was inside the police department. And last year in June, there was an organization that gathered us, myself and another family, for an event where they gave right outside the City Hall of Compton, and there were a truckload of, or a carload of officers, and they rolled their windows down and they were mocking us. They literally were walking past mocking us. They were driving past mocking us, making, strange noises and faces, and, and everybody who was out there, the protesters, there were lots of members of Black Lives Matter. Everybody turned to them and just in disbelief at the fact that they knew exactly what they were mocking and who they actually was teasing. They knew exactly what was going on and who was out there. And I was in close proximity, but didn't offer anything because I didn't want to be in jeopardy some way. But I was very moved by what they were saying, and not to the best. Dante has siblings through his biological mom, and one of his brothers was in a ravine at the memorial that was set exactly where Dante was murdered, and they came over and arrested him, saying that he was violating something, and the brother called me. He called me that day that they had arrested him, And they just came and picked me up. There's 2 officers. I didn't get the name or anything, but the fact that they're still harassing the family. I was over to the grandmother's house one day, and they just drove by real slow again, mocking, because they know exactly where the family's home is on his biological mom's side. So it's a lot of adversity that we had to go through. We're still looking at it. There was a period of time when our phones was doing some really strange things, and it seemed like they were tapping into everything. We at one point, one of my church members had posted, she had viewing Straight Outta Compton, and on Facebook. In the moment, just scrolling as usual, and my own little time, it got to that post, and then the whole post just shut down. And then I went back and opened it up and scroll, and it gets there almost like, oh, we don't want to remind you of what goes on in the sheriff's department. So that was a very, very ironic thing. And then the brother and sister called me about strange things that they had went through. So I just want to say that it's been very, very hurtful. And then, you find more families that have suffered from this and for no dire reason, for no purpose. And, we just continue to suffer through this. And I'm thankful that this organization has bonded and gotten together and been created to call them under the rug. Again, just my last words, just want to thank Mr. Sweeney for all that he had did for our family, and just sharing and making known some things that I didn't even know existed. And, being a little older, I don't live in Los Angeles. I live in Antelope Valley, where there's things happening up there as well. So I'm not directly affected per se by the sheriffs in Compton, but I am affected by the sheriffs in LA County. I've seen some of the things that they've done and heard, even in Antelope Valley. But at this point, I know to walk cautiously, and I've advised my son, who actually goes to college in Alabama, to just watch what he does and stay out there. So just thankful once again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Thank you so much for discussing your experience and the tragedy that your family has had to grapple with these many years. I know it's particularly hard around the holidays, and so we want to thank you for sharing what you experienced during the litigation and what you're experiencing now, which we've heard from a number of other families. And again, we are working very diligently to try to end the operation of these gangs and the harassment of families. And so we appreciate you joining in our effort. We will thank the families, the Taylor family and the Vargas family, for their remarks and for their willingness to come forward and share their experiences. And we will hear public comment about their remarks with the general public comment. Next, we will hear from, as Mr. Taylor mentioned, his attorney, John E. Sweeney, who is with the Sweeney firm. So let me just say a bit in terms of background about Mr. Sweeney, and then I'll turn it over to him. So after graduating from the University of Southern California in 1973, which I won't hold against you, Mr. Sweeney, that's okay, as a Bruin. He also graduated from the California College of Law in 1979. Mr. Sweeney was hired at the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office by then District Attorney Johnny L. Cochran. Mr. Sweeney joined the Cochran firm, where he sat at the feet of the master trial attorney and learned all he could. In 1995, Mr. Sweeney left the law offices of Johnny L. Cochran to establish his own firm in Beverly Hills, California. Since then, Mr. Sweeney has litigated some of the most complex torts, civil rights, and criminal cases in California and throughout the United States. Mr. Sweeney, I'll turn it over to you for your 10 to 15 minutes of remarks. And I think Commissioner Rubin wants to say a few words. Commissioner Rubin.
As chair of the ad hoc committee on deputy gangs, I want to express my thanks for devoting this entire meeting to deputy gangs. And I want to welcome Mr. Sweeney, who is somebody I've known and worked with for a long time. And it's essential, and I think he's one of the few people who can give us the background and the development of how it is that that he has been able to establish beyond any question the relationship of deputy gangs in the sheriff's department and what goes on in the community. So welcome, John, and we look forward to hearing from you, and we will, as individual commissioners, I'm sure, have a number of questions when you are concluded. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Rubin. It's good to see you. It's good to see your Executive Director, Brian Williams, who I've known for many, many, many years. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for the work that you are doing in the oversight of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Let me start by saying that I'm a huge supporter of law enforcement. I always have been. I'm a public school boy from Los Angeles, and I've known the Sheriff Department and the Los Angeles Police Department's work for many years, and I can truly say that the vast majority of officers and the administrative staff of those two organizations are good and decent people. But there is, with that said, there is a cancer that is metastasized within the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Let me tell you how we got to this point, to this day where we're talking about sheriff gangs. The commissioner said that Los Angeles County has paid out about $55 million in verdicts and settlements for police excessive force cases. And I'm not saying this in a self-aggrandizing fashion, but $30 million of that $55 million have been my verdicts and settlements against the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department just in the last 7 or 8 years. It all started after the Compton Police Department was disbanded and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department contracted with the city of Compton to provide police services. I started getting calls at my office shortly thereafter about aggressive policing, about harassment, not any calls about any shootings at that point in the early 2000s and the mid 2000s. Harassment, like, for an example, I had a mother call me telling me that her daughter came home in tears because a sheriff deputy, 2 white sheriff officers, pulled up to her as she was leaving her junior high school and made chimp monkey-like sounds at her and peeled rubber and sped off. Another call where this deacon of the church, real jovial gentleman, had bought a new Cadillac and was driving to church, and he was stopped for no reason and made to lie down in the street face down on a grease spot. They laughed at him, got back in the car and sped off. And then it got worse and worse. And then in 2009, a group of young boys were walking home from McDonald's on the 4th of July weekend. I think it was July 5th, 2009, and they were stopped by some Compton Sheriff deputies, and one of them took off running, and broad open daylight, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a sheriff deputy chased him down at a major intersection of Alondra and Poinsettia in Compton, crouched in a stance and fired his duty weapon into the back of this young man, killing him. That's the Avery Cody Jr. Shooting. And we took that to trial, we won. It was at that point where I noticed the aggression was getting out of control. And then in 2010, there was a shooting by a Compton deputy of Robert Thomas Jr. This was a young man who was at a standing out in front of his house or a friend's house at a party, and there were several people out there, scores of people, about 40 people standing in front of the house, and the sheriff just happened by, wasn't called for service. They got out. They approached very aggressively with guns drawn to this group of some 40 partygoers. Robert Thomas Jr. peeled off after he was searched one time, and then the second officer tried to search him. Second time, he started running away. That officer violated the sheriff's foot pursuit policy and took off by himself after Robert Thomas, and there was a short 100-yard chase within the view of these 40 partygoers. Robert Thomas makes a left into a driveway, and 8 shots are heard, and the entire crowd runs down there, and they see him lying and on the ground. And it was at that point when I investigated that case, when I looked at the police report and the autopsy report, I knew immediately that the police report was falsified. I knew that all shots were at a downward angle and front to back into Robert Thomas Jr.'s body. And the police report was a polar opposite of that. The firm that was hired to defend the County of Los Angeles told me that they weren't going to talk settlement on this case unless I come down under $1 million. At that point, I knew I had to take a stance because this was escalating out of control. This was clearly a shooting that was not justified. And we took it to trial, and a competent jury gave us, awarded us $8 million of the county's money. And in interviewing the jurors after, they were appalled at the lies that these officers told on the stand. They said there's no question, and it was 12-0, by the way, the verdict for the plaintiff. They all said to a person that we believe this gun they claimed he had was planted. And so at that point, I knew that I had to do something to expose what was going on in Compton. I didn't know at that point that there was a gang. I suspected it was because I know the history of gangs going back all the way to the 1970s. But it was the shooting of Dante Taylor. We just heard from his father, Andrew Taylor. It was that case that I used to expose the existence of this gang in Compton. In 2017, I took the deposition of Samuel Aldama, deputy sheriff, who was one of the deputies who shot and killed Dante Taylor after another short foot pursuit and another violation of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department foot pursuit policy, where the two deputies separated. But anyway, at that deposition, I asked Samuel Aldama if he had any tattoos. He said, yeah, on my arms. And I asked him, he explained for 10 minutes about the tattoos on his arm. And I looked at him. He was right across the table from me. And I said, what about the one on your leg? And his eyes got as big as saucers. Now, there's been a lot of speculation how I knew there was a tattoo on his leg. I'm going to tell you here, and if I took an oath, I would say the same thing. I did not know. It was a hunch. I bluffed him. And I just knew there was a gang operating in the Compton station. I thought I'd ask him that question. And any good cross-examiner knows the signs of a witness who is been caught in a lie. And finally he said, yeah, I do have it. I asked him to explain it, and so the rest is history. I got a photo of that tattoo by talking to the lawyer who was defending the county and saying that this judge in Long Beach, the case that got transferred to Long Beach, and that's another story. I'm going to conclude this in a second about the solutions I think that should be undertaken to help eradicate this problem. But the case got transferred out of Compton to Long Beach. But I told this lawyer that this judge is going to sanction you, and I'm entitled to it. I got the photograph, and I knew that I had something there with the sinister tattoo, with Nazi insignias, an AK-47, with the Roman numeral 28 on the magazine of the AK-47 on the tattoo, which signified the sheriff's 28th substation, Compton, and other symbols, like it was a skeleton, which is a symbol of death, and flames around it, which showed that he was emerging from hell, which is a common theme amongst these sheriff tattoos. I know the Jump Out Boys have a picture of a skeleton pointing a gun, and there's some 2 cards or 3 playing cards on there signifying dead man's hand on there. And so these are common themes of tattoos within the sheriff's department. I knew I had something. I knew I had a gang at that point. So I asked him about this gang, and he was very hesitant to talk about it. He lied during his deposition repeatedly about this gang. And he did say that there are up to 20. I found out there are more than that now in subsequent depositions. And so I knew that I had to release this to the press. And this is one of the cases where the county did not ask for a protective order. So I knew I was free to do so. So we had a court hearing, and a reporter from the Los Angeles Times, Maya Lau, she deserves all the credit in the world. She broke this story. I cooperated with her. She broke the story. It was on the front page, above the fold of the LA Times. And that started this cascading series of events that lead us to today, that led us to the RAND study being commissioned. The next day after Maya Lau's front page article, there was an editorial about deputy gangs, and we thought they were taken care of and eradicated, but they never went away. And after that, newspapers literally around the world contacted me. I did an hour-long interview with the BBC from London, and it went around the world to wherever the BBC was heard, in India and Jamaica and Canada, all over the old British Commonwealth. And so it really became a huge, huge story after that. So there is a problem, and I think that Commissioner Kennedy has done a great job in educating us on the history of gangs. But this Dante Taylor case was a prime mover in us being here today. So what can be done, in my opinion? First off, these law firms that are hired by the County of Los Angeles to defend on these police shootings are doing everything they can to cover up and to make it difficult to get to the truth and to eradicate these gangs. With motions, with the court, to prevent us from getting to the bottom of things, from finding out names of people who belong to these gangs, things like that. I mentioned earlier that a problem is moving some of these cases out of the city of Compton. The courthouse there, when I got an $8 million verdict against the county. That was the last police excessive force case I tried in the city of Compton at the courthouse there, because these lawyers are now affidavitting the one judge. So it has in Compton, and so it has to move to the nearest courthouse, which is Long Beach, which is a much less favorable veneer than in Compton. So it's more difficult to get justice there. Still, we get big verdicts and settlements out there. So that's one of the things. I think that the sheriff's union is protecting these deputies, which is their duty to protect deputies. But in my opinion, it should only go so far in protecting these deputies. When they know that a gang exists, I think something should be done about it. They're very, very powerful. And by the way, in 2 of my cases where I've gotten big verdicts and settlements on, the law firms have been fired. One law firm got fired. I won't mention any names. This is what I heard, and my tentacles run very, very deeply in this county because I grew up here. My understanding is that they were mad because the story got out with respect to the Compton executioners, and the law firm, and I hate to say it, was let go. I understand. That's my understanding. So that's a big problem, that these law firms are fighting tooth and nail. And there's a difference between, there's a line between good lawyering and your duty as a lawyer to represent your client, and stepping across that line and protecting an organization that you know is a nefarious organization. So that's number one. Number two, the homicide detectives who investigate these shootings in the areas around the Compton station, the Linwood, the old Linwood station, the South Central station, those stations out there. I understand, and I've had these same homicide detectives on every case. And let me just say, and I'm being nice, that the police reports and some of the things that are written in these reports that are signed off by commanders and captains of the station, they ought to be ashamed of themselves. These reports can be dissected by a first-year law student and shown to be untruthful. The whistleblower, Astroberto Art Gonzalez, who corroborated the existence of the executioner, they are now doing a number on him. They are trying to discredit him. They are now puffing their chest out and saying that his lawsuit was dismissed. He has no credibility. But I want this board and I want the public to know that his lawsuit being dismissed had nothing to do with the existence of a gang. That was not litigated. There was no discovery done. It was dismissed because this judge felt that the remedies that Mr. Gonzalez was seeking were already given to him. That is, he wanted to be transferred and he wanted time off. So I trust me, I know the Court of Appeals well, because the BB case, the Burley case, which set law, which was my case, went all the way to the California Supreme Court and made new law recently. And so I'm very familiar with the appellate process in the Second Appellate District and the California Supreme Court, and we will hear from Art Gonzalez's case in the future. So with that said, thank you so much for hearing me out. I hope I didn't go too long, but I'm happy to answer questions because I have a lot of knowledge on this subject.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sweeney. Thank you, Commissioner Rubin, for helping to bring folks together to talk about these issues, and other members of the Ad Hoc Committee on Deputy Gangs. I'm sure there are questions. So at this time, we can take questions from the commissioners and get responses from Mr. Sweeney. Commissioner Rubin.
Yes, thank you, John. I know that this is just a tip of the iceberg, and you have incredible amount of information and also credibility in this area. Would it surprise you to hear that a captain at the Compton station has denied the existence of deputy gangs in that community, and frankly discredited Mr. Aldama for having succumbed to your cross-examination?
Doesn't surprise me in the least, Commissioner Rubin. That seems to be the party line for their expert witnesses, their lawyers, and up the command, chain of command, that he would discredit Art Gonzalez and Deputy Aldama. I think you meant to say Deputy Gonzalez when you said Aldama, but Deputy Gonzalez, he's the whistleblower. But it doesn't surprise me in the least. But you know, it stands to reason that this gang does exist. First of all, we have this history of gangs that Commissioner Kennedy has so beautifully laid out in his paper. So we know they exist, and the Sheriff's Department has said in memorandums in other cases that they are secret societies. And I have the memorandum, and it's very damning against the Sheriff's Department when one of their lawyers says in a memorandum they do exist, and I have that memorandum. And so it stands to reason that this gang that Deputy Aldama said existed, or this group that Deputy Aldama said existed, has a name. And so, and the name is the Executioners. And long before, at least 2 or 3 years before the press found out about that name, in the 2 to 3 years before I took the deposition of Samuel Aldama, a deputy sheriff testified recently that they had heard that name. So it does not surprise me. It's the party line. I've taken depositions of Captain Thatcher at that station. I think he's a lieutenant now, and it's his party line. He's going along the party line and denied the existence. I heard the sheriff on CNN, on international TV, saying that this gang was made up by a lawyer, talking about me at a deposition, when you have people in his own department say they've heard this name before, well before this deposition. You have a deputy sheriff who is naming the people who have tattoos, and those folks are in fact inked with the tattoo. So to answer your question, Commissioner Rubin, it does not surprise me in the least.
Thank you. Commissioner Rubin, do you have additional questions?
Not at the moment. I'd like to give other commissioners an opportunity to ask questions, and then I may have a few more. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
So nice to have you here today, Mr. Sweeney. Thank you for testifying. My students and we continue to try to find information about deputy gangs or cliques. And one thing we encounter over and over again is when we interview victims who allege that they are, have been victims of deputy gang misconduct or violence, or even when we try to interview the lawyers who represent those victims, we're always told that they can't share information with us that documents what they're saying because there are protective orders, or the depositions are all confidential, or they are subject to a non-disclosure agreement when they made a settlement with the county. And, I'm a criminal lawyer, I'm not a civil lawyer. Is that standard? Is there like a culture of secrecy regarding these deputy gangs? Because it seems like it would benefit everybody if we could all share the documents and information to get to the truth.
It's a good question, Commissioner. The lawyers that you interviewed and the clients that you interviewed are correct. If there is a protective order, they cannot speak about anything that may be contained in a police report. And I advise my clients, like Andrew Taylor, who spoke earlier, during the pendency of the case, I tell them not to speak, and I don't say anything that would be in violation of a protective order. Everything that I said today is either came out in a trial, because all bets are off. When a case goes to a public trial, all bets are off. All confident police reports, statements, everything is fair game for public disclosure. And with respect to Dante Taylor's case, there was no protective order in place, so I was free to give the information to the press, and I think it was a divine hand that there was no protective order in that case, because it was that case that broke this whole thing open, which is going to help society. And let me say this, and I'm speaking directly to the Sheriff's Department. You may not think that this is being helpful, and this is so helpful to the credibility of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, because in the first week in the academy, when they're going through their post training, that's peace officer standards and training, which all police officers have to be schooled in before they graduate from the academy in California, whatever police department. In learning domain number 2, it talks about professionalism and honesty. And they say that the credibility of the whole police department is at stake if just one person is dishonest and writes a dishonest report. So weeding out the bad apples and is very helpful to the Sheriff's Department. I'm old enough, when I was a little boy, to remember Eugene Biscaluse. I remember every sheriff between Eugene Biscaluse in 1958. I was born in 1951. I just had my 70th birthday on November 11th last week. And so all the way up through Sheriff Villanueva. So I know how good this department can be, but this has gotten out of control. This is not somebody attacking you. This is somebody helping you. That's the way.
Right. And thank you very much, Mr. And happy birthday, belatedly. I wanted just to clarify Sean's question, then I'll get Commissioner Giggins. So with respect to trials, cases that go to trials, all of the evidence is public record, but with respect to settlements, the county can request a protective order with regard to the underlying evidence, depositions, and so forth. Is that the case?
No. Once there's a protective order in place on a case, even though it's settled, they usually ask for all the documents back, or the lawyers do.
And when you say, I'm just trying to get clear, when you say they, do you mean counsel for the deputy or for the Sheriff's Department?
Yeah, it's the counsel for the sheriff's department and the deputy. They request the documents back, or they request them to be destroyed. But even if a case is settled, this amount of settlement is public record. It cannot be blocked or put under seal. But the police reports and depositions and personnel records are still under seal, and unless there is some compelling public interest, they are unsealed. And matter of fact, in the case of Sheldon Lockett, trial is pending in United States District Court. I'm his lawyer. The Los Angeles Times brought suit against the sheriff's department, and United States District Court Judge Carrie Fisher, in her infinite wisdom, because in balancing the need for the public to know about gangs, and in that case, ordered all of the documents that weren't personnel records to be disclosed.
Mhm.
So that's a solution to.
And could the county also, lift those protective orders?
The county hires these lawyers. County council hires these private law firms. I don't think it's ever been tested, but I would think that if their employer, their de facto employer, orders it to be lifted, I would think that they would probably be compelled to do so. It's never been tested, but trust me, I think that the union would have something to say about that.
Got it. Commissioner Giggins, thank you so much, Mr. Sweeney.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Sweeney, for being here and giving us a little bit out of your history and experience on this issue. My question is, you started to talk about what can be done. And what comes up for me is, first, it's been established that they have existed. That is no longer a question. But supposedly, say they don't exist anymore. Just say, where did the people go? What happened to the members, the people who do have the deputies who have engaged, who were in this grouping, this gang, these cliques, who you actually have witnessed with tattoos, and others have also reported? Where are they? Where'd they go? If they're gone, where'd they go?
That's a very, very good question, Commissioner. My understanding that some have been transferred to other departments. But my understanding from taking a recent deposition in a case that's set for trial in early December, that the shot caller of the executioners, the alleged shot caller of the executioners, has been transferred. But there is a new shot caller in place in Compton, and I understand that the ex-shot caller has, according to a deputy at the station, has tried to keep his power at the Compton station, but this deputy, whose deposition was taken recently and is not under seal, has said that the gang still exists in Compton. But you know what? I think that the proof of the pudding is in the tasting, and I want to see if there is a sudden and precipitous drop in the violent crime done by deputy sheriffs over there in Compton. That will let us all know whether or not this gang exists. Because I understand also that the vast majority of the violent crime committed at these stations by police officers and excessive force cases are done by a very small percentage of officers or deputies. So we'll see in the next year or two if this gang has been eradicated or if they're just laying low now. That's my suspicion, that they still exist, but they're laying low because you people are watching them.
Thank you. So we're trying to make sure that we're able to get to all of the folks who are on our agenda and allow sufficient questions for commissioner comments and questions. So I just want to be mindful of that. But with that, Commissioner Rubin.
Thank you. Mr. Sweeney, two real quick questions. One is, would you agree that if the sheriff adopted a policy, as this commission has voted on and requested the sheriff to adopt, that deputy gangs must be eliminated in the department, period, that would make a difference? And number two, with all of the cases that you have worked on and the settlements that you've successfully achieved, how many of these were presented to the district attorney for possible criminal prosecution?
I'll take the last question first because I'm getting old and I may forget it. But the answer, Commissioner Rubin, is I don't know. I just know that during my brief stay at the district attorney's office, and Johnny Cochran hired me way back when, the quid pro quo for him leaving his lucrative private practice and going to the district attorney's office as the assistant district attorney under John Vandekamp, and you know, because you're a career deputy DA, Commissioner Rubin, you know that when you started there, the office was probably 93%, 95% white, and probably 88% male. And so the quid pro quo for him coming in there to change the face of the office was, you give me my OIS, officer involved shooting rollout team. And it was the first one instituted at any district attorney's office in the whole United States. And now they all have an OIS rollout team to roll to the scene of a police shooting, not with an eye on prosecuting the victim of the shooting, but to prosecute perhaps and gather information against a police officer. With all that said, they're supposed to present every one of these cases for consideration to the DA's office. Now, it's very difficult, as we know, to get the DA to prosecute these type of cases. As a matter of fact, I think the last person that went to jail happened to be one of my cases. It was the City of Los Angeles case. It was when Brian Williams was with the city. It wasn't his case, but he was with the City of Los Angeles at the time. It was the shooting of Charles Beatty, and there was it was the first time that the DA's office prosecuted the case since Johnny Cochran had left the DA's office in 1980. And Commissioner Rubin, you remember Deputy DA by the name of Gallagher. I don't recall his first name, but he was in that unit that prosecuted police officers. He called me up. I was in private practice, and Charles Beatty was my client. I had a civil case, and he said, John, he says, we want to talk to your client. I said, go pound sand. There's no way my client's going to talk to you. He said, please trust me on this. We're looking at prosecuting. And it's John Gallagher. I had known him for years and years, and so I trusted him, and I let him talk to him. Sure enough, they filed a case against him. Since then, I don't know one police police officer, when they brought charges, and he was actually sent away to prison. I think there was a couple recently. So I hope that answers your question. But the DA's office, we'll see what this new DA has in store. But your second question, I have in front of me, and I read from your proposed policy from the preamble all the way to the end, and I wholeheartedly agree with it. And I think that if there is a policy in place, I think that it gives the sheriff's department some teeth, and it gives them some authority to say, you violate that policy, we have a policy in place, you can be terminated. So I think that I strongly, I commend you for the drafting and the county council drafting of this proposal, and I strongly urge the sheriff's department and especially the union to support this. It only will help you. It will help you. I'm not here to hate on the, so to speak, as the kids say, to hate on the sheriff's department. We're here to help the city I grew up in and the county I grew in to be a better place for all.
Absolutely, and we are too. Are there any other questions for Mr. Sweeney? Okay, I don't see any. I just want to double check. Okay, so if there aren't any other comments or questions, we will move on to our next speaker on this agenda item. Mr. Sweeney, we thank you so much for your work, for your representation on behalf of these families, and for sharing with us how, in representing those families, you discovered evidence of gang activity in the Compton substation, the executioners, and we thank you for bringing that evidence to the attention of the public. So thank you so much. And with that, we will transition to our next speakers from the RAND Corporation to discuss their study. Okay, so let me introduce quickly our two speakers who will discuss the RAND report. We will hear from Dion Barnes-Proby, who is a social policy researcher at the RAND Corporation, a faculty member at the Pardee RAND Graduate School, and co-chair of RAND's Black Employees Leading in Inclusion, Equity, Vision, Education Employee Resource Group. She was a child welfare social worker for several years. Her experience includes direct clinical practice with at-risk youth and families, as well as research on policy issues that impact a wide range of vulnerable populations. We'll also hear from Samuel Peterson, who is the policy researcher at the RAND Corporation. He has a broad interest in topics within and outside of the criminal justice system, with prior research and experience in gun violence prevention, sexual assault at American colleges and universities, school-based victimization among adolescents, and many others. He has a PhD in criminal justice from the University of Cincinnati. And I just want to say a couple of words about the RAND study, and then invite the chair of our ad hoc committee to say a few introductory words as well. As we know, the RAND study was commissioned by the board after many of the reports that Attorney Sweeney talked about with regard to the existence of deputy gangs like the Bandidos and the Executioners and others. The RAND study found that there are active deputy gangs in the Sheriff's Department, and 37% of roughly 1,600, I think, respondents indicated that they supported banning deputy groups outright, consistent with the policy that the Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission has put forward, and which Mr. Sweeney agreed would make some inroads in terms of addressing this problem. RAND will talk about many of the other highlights, and I'm sure commissioners will have many questions. And I'll turn it over now to the ad hoc committee chair on deputy gangs, Leo Rubin, to give us a bit more context before turning it over to our representatives from RAND.
Thank you, Chair, and I welcome this long-awaited discussion from RAND about its examination during the course of the last year plus. Obviously, the pandemic has slowed things down and made them respond and approach this in a very different way. This commission and the ad hoc committee has been very much involved with RAND during the course of its examination, and we've provided input. We've made some suggestions to them, some of which they've taken, some which not. But they've been very grateful for the work of this commission and for our being available to them when they needed some assistance or some suggestions and guidance. And I think one of the things that I know that they will talk about is how they were expertly able to maneuver, if you will, members of the sheriff's department who initially said, no, there are no gangs here, there are no gangs here. And then they would approach their questioning in a very different way. And you will learn we're able to obtain pretty important and I think perhaps shattering results, even when on the surface, members of the sheriff's department, like some of the captains we interviewed, say, no, there aren't any, they don't exist anymore. And I think one of the things that those of you who have read this extensive report will see are a myriad of recommendations that they make. And ultimately, the ad hoc committee feels very strongly that with community's input, that we may go a step further and expand on the kinds of recommendations that the RAND report and its researchers have recommended. In that regard, we are taking public comment in terms of written documentation from the community about what they suggest to the county, how the RAND report should be implemented and changes should be made. And separately, there will be a town hall on December 9th, where we'll hear from other individuals as well as members of the community to give their comments. So while there may not be sufficient time to hear all of those comments today, the last time I looked, our commission website has received almost 100 comments from the community about suggestions for implementing change in the county. We will continue to take that information. So with that regard, welcome to RAND, and we look forward to your input and discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioners Rubin and Ochin. Can you all hear me? Okay.
Yes, and we can see your PowerPoint.
I missed the sound check, so okay, great. Like Commissioner Rubin said, we've been researching this subject for almost 2 years at this point, and really our approach is focused on trying to understand some of the organizational context around these groups within the Sheriff's Department, trying to understand why they formed to begin with, sort of what functions and appeals they have for deputies, and then some of their impacts on the Sheriff's Department and especially on community members. Next slide, please. Do I have the ability to? Okay, thank you. I think we're all well aware of the media interest in this subject, particularly for highlighting some of the stories we heard earlier, both from impacted families and Mr. Sweeney. Community members have accused deputies in these groups with violating their constitutional rights, using excessive force, glorifying deputy-involved shootings, fostering a code of silence, and they've accused LASD of protecting these groups. And then there are also people within the department who, have accused people in these groups of bullying, harassment, workplace violence, retaliation, and having their own unique symbols and tattoos. Next slide, please. So these are our primary research questions. we were hired to sort of go through these questions, explore other potential questions as our research unfolded. But these are the primary findings I'll be presenting here today. So first we start with, what impact do these groups have on the community? As we're all aware, community trust is kind of central importance for law enforcement. Next, we wanted to understand, why subgroups form. What are the motivations for creating these groups to begin with? And then we wanted to ask about who's invited to join these groups, what do these groups do, and then how do they impact other employees, LASD, and the community overall. And then finally, what should be done? Next slide, please. So we had a backdrop. Of course, there's a history to this subject, as has already been discussed. So we had prior reports on the subject, lawsuits and investigations, and we also incorporated existing policing and organizational research to sort of try to understand what's out there, what's known about cliques within law enforcement and groups within law enforcement. So we used a mixed methods approach to conduct this study. We started with interviews with community members and then followed those up with focus groups in 9 select communities. And then at the same time, we interviewed people within the sheriff's department. This included representatives at all ranks. And we used that to develop a survey that we conducted with the entire department. We received 1,600 responses, which is about a 16.5% response rate. And then we combined all of these findings to try to get a sense of, what's known within the department, in the community, and then to use those findings to try to develop recommendations. Next slide, please. Just a quick note, I think throughout this study, it was important to think about how formal aspects of the organization of the Sheriff's Department, that's through policies, training, communication, the structure of the department, are either related to or different from the informal aspects of the organization, the culture, the climate, people's experiences, relationships, traditions. And then we have a quote talking about how traditions can potentially be not helpful to some people. Next slide, please. And next slide, sorry. To start, I want to talk about some of our community member findings. So this is a combination of findings across our focus groups, our interviews. And again, the efficacy of law enforcement hinges on community trust, which makes makes community perceptions and experiences particularly important to this subject. And the issues involving these groups speak directly to trust and legitimacy in the department as a whole. So some of the key things that community members identified as being associated with the organization, with the Sheriff's Department overall, is they felt there was a lack of transparency, a lack of trust, and a culture of aggressive policing, similar to what Mr. Sweeney was discussing earlier. People also noted, and especially in Los Angeles County, people have different experiences with other law enforcement agencies, or they know people who do. And so they noted, they perceive that other police departments handle community engagement better. In particular, a lot of our findings pointed to strained relations in the North and Central Patrol Division. So they were talking about specifically Palmdale and Lancaster, and then Century, Compton, and East LA stations. We did get a range of perspectives from community members, and this, people's perspectives about the department were largely connected to, their experiences. Next slide, please. So through our interviews, through our focus groups, people identified a few common behaviors that they associated as being emblematic of deputies who belong to these groups. So first included, harassment of community members, and some also perceived, this to be associated with, covering up for fellow deputies, or potentially even lying in their favor. There were some respondents who noted that former jail inmates might be targeted in the community for harassment, particularly people of color. And lastly, people noted aggressive behavior, excessive force, intimidation in their interactions, and potentially illegal behavior as being associated with these groups. Next slide, please. And overall, people, our respondents typically perceive these groups as detrimental to the community, sort of highlighting an us versus them culture within the department. And a lot of their recommendations can be boiled down to the need for independent investigations and disciplinary action as in response to behaviors associated with these groups. Next slide, please. And the next. And so now I wanted to just touch on some of our findings regarding why groups form, why these groups form within the department. Could you click one more time? Thank you. And one more, sorry, I think, yes, perfect. I should have deleted that. So some of the reason why subgroups form is tied to the organizational context or the structure of the sheriff's department. So each patrol station is a separate law enforcement entity. It's viewed that way within the department. And this contributes to unique unit cultures and unique experiences, potentially different training, discipline, supervision, a variety of differences across different patrol stations in the county. Additionally, reputation is an important part of the department, and so certain stations are associated with a higher level reputation. And we include a quote here, how your reputation in jail can even follow you out to your reputation in the community. That's from a deputy. And so this builds the importance of sort of where you work and maintaining the reputation of a unit. And this contributes to a motivation for people to form these groups to sort of decide who has sort of the approval or the acceptance from other people who work at that station. So this was a common reason why people formed these groups. Next slide, please. And one more. So next, the reasons why people form these groups has implications for those who join them. 16% of our survey respondents reported being invited to join one of these groups. So deputies who join these groups were perceived to be aligned with the identity of a hard charger or being proactive about making arrests. This is associated with what some call aggressive policing. And this suggests sort of a group character of valuing aggressive police work. And so the perception of these groups as working hard may, as we discussed later, may contribute to misperceptions or errors in how supervisors deal with these groups. And a lot of people also sort of in the same breath noted that there aren't always hard workers that are in these groups. Some people join these groups because they're well liked or because they do things a favor for the group. Some people also who had reported being invited explained that they didn't want to join because they would lose their independence and they perceived the groups to be juvenile. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Next, please. And another one. Thank you. So next, we wanted to try to understand a little bit about the appeal of these groups, at least in terms of what people within the sheriff's department are telling us. And it's important to note that some of the perceived things that were viewed as beneficial only accrue to members of the group. And again, these are things that deputies are explaining to us. And some command staff even would agree with them, I think. And so what the function of the group sort of suggests that these various things are lacking in the department or in the formal aspects of the department. So things like mentorship, security, social support, and then exclusivity and a sense of superiority were identified as kind of the appeals. And then there were sort of in the same breath also drawbacks identified by our respondents, including, creating divisions, othering, or an us versus them of other deputies, unhealthy coping or being too tied to this identity or group identity, and then being dependent on others. Next slide, please. And next. And so we next turn to, trying to understand the potential risks or the outcomes associated with these groups and their potential risks for the department, for people within the community. And they start with some not so obvious things like secrecy, exclusion, creating an alternative hierarchy. So these are things that set the context for behaviors to potentially escalate without them being observed or without them being checked. And this oftentimes was identified by our participants as kind of leading to, especially this idea of exclusion as leading to, adverse behaviors like ostracism or disrespect, and overemphasis on aggressive policing, unhealthy coping mechanisms, and then eventually it's also associated with, unnecessary or excessive force, harassing other deputies, engaging in conflict with other colleagues. We've heard examples of workplace violence, and ultimately, litigation and harm to the department's reputation. So sort of this notion that things can start small and escalate over time. Next, please. And what we heard a lot through our interviews was this sense of, trying to make sense of some risks and not others. So, people who perceive these groups as, a normal feature of the organization often pointed to the motivation or unit morale as a reason for why they exist. They also talked about, security and as a way to identify who, the A players or the C players are, as some described it, or, to identify deputies who don't belong at the station. But there are also plenty of sort of blind spots that people explain to us as well. So these groups tend to contribute to a sense of, the way we do things here, which is a question of who's deciding the way that the unit operates, who's deciding what is valued as part of the work. And next, there was sort of this question of whether these groups are contributing to behaviors and attitudes that are in alignment with the organization, or whether they, sort of contradict the sheriff's department and their values. And this wasn't always clear to a lot of people. And additionally, ostracizing other employees is not an effective way to get them to change their behavior. Next, please. So sort of the next question for us was trying to identify, when risks, when the context or the risk associated with these groups ultimately leads to, behavior that we've seen in lawsuits, behavior that has been alleged by deputies, by community members. And our findings suggest sort of two or three core concepts. So this idea of us versus them. So this idea that the group is, it's kind of an us against the world view, that the group is, valued more highly than other employees, or than community members. Additionally, we note that a lot of times there's a failure to intervene on behalf of supervision. So not recognizing that incivility or bullying can ultimately lead to workplace violence by not intervening or interrupting that potential escalation. And here we have a quote on the right from a commander who recognized that. But again, that was an unsuccessful case. Next slide, please. And so we next wanted to turn to, thinking about what can be done. And we start with, trying to uncover perspectives within the department. So first, you know, it may not be clear from the slide, but the subject is fairly divisive within the department. I should say it may not be clear from some of the public communication you see, but the subject is fairly divisive within the department. You know, many respondents suggested that the status quo needs to change. So we identified sort of in decreasing level of severity, whether the department should break up problematic groups, whether training and support for supervisors would help reduce issues, and then, you know, prohibiting these groups altogether was sort of supported by 37% of our survey respondents. Next slide, please. And so our recommendations really cut across a variety of areas. So it's important, we think, to recognize how if you have a policy, it needs to be supported, it needs to be built up with other types of changes to support the implementation of that policy. So I think a key question a lot of times is, you know, just simply how deputies are briefed on new policy changes, things like that. Oftentimes it's a very minimal intervention involving them, you know, signing that they read the policy, that kind of thing. So there really have to be other efforts to, you know, build in the behavioral change that the policy is intended to set. So this includes, you know, improving, you know, actually setting a vision and explaining why certain changes are necessary, and then communicating these things across different levels of the organization. It's important too to identify that, you know, unit commanders are in really critical roles for disseminating policy and supervising deputies, disciplining deputies. And so their understanding of the policy, their understanding of their appropriate responses is really critical for stopping issues before they escalate. You know, once something has happened, you know, people should be supported in, you know, being able to report, and investigations should be thorough. So we have a couple of recommendations, you know, regarding the department's response to reporting and preventing retaliation, as well as, you know, committing to external investigations or, you know, cooperating with the OIG in their investigations. Next slide, please. So in our recommendations on policy, I think our key point is that the policy needs to be clarified to add clear language that prohibits these groups from forming and from people from joining these groups. And the policy should also explain, you know, prohibited activities, what the specific punishments are, and how these things, you know, align with their core values or don't align with their core values. And, you know, it's important to note there are some related challenges that we uncovered in our study, you know, issues with, you know, favoritism by supervisors or by command staff, issues generally with bullying or harassment and retaliation. And all of these things factor into, you know, a set of behaviors that are sort of used to minimize someone from feeling like they can report issues, like feeling like they can't speak up. Next slide, please. We also have a set of recommendations for training. So I think, you know, one of the clearest things from our study is that sergeants are a really critical supervisory position. They're a really important position for monitoring and addressing issues related to subgroups. Often people identified, you know, deficits in training for supervisors and their ability in general to supervise, but also specifically, you know, as it relates to subgroups. Peer intervention is a potential way the department could, you know, improve the message that people should report issues and that they should intervene when they see issues, and that behavior is tolerated. That's sort of a novel approach that's being implemented in a lot of police departments across the country. You know, we also note on the community side, a lot of our community members we talked to, you know, felt disrespected or like they were being treated unfairly. You know, and above and beyond even, you know, issues with potential discriminatory practices or over policing. So we have some recommendations to improve, you know, the use of procedural justice in the department. Next slide, please. accountability is kind of a big issue, and also, an area that research is still sort of growing. So we wanted to be more specific on, what accountability looks like within the department. So, first and foremost, it's important to hold command staff accountable for, issues with subgroups. If the department knows that there is a group at a certain station, they should make sure that commander has a plan for addressing any issues that appear. Additionally, our community members noted a lack of engagement, a lack of transparency, and a part of accountability for the department may look like giving the community a greater voice and engaging in a variety of efforts to do that. And then sort of lastly, there's this notion of reconciliation. So this, most simply is apologizing for wrongs that the department has caused in the present or in the past. And that's really important for trying to build relationships with community and move forward. Next slide, please. So I think it's fairly clear that this is a really complex and really long-term challenge that that is resistant to change. It's existed for a very long time. And additionally, there are signs of resistance from leadership in the department. There are questions about implementation of policies, of procedures, and it's really difficult to get a sense of how well things are being implemented from the outside. There's also a chance that the department moving to eliminate groups could backfire, that the groups could ultimately end up having more appeal or becoming more secretive or more prone to rule breaking. As some people noted, the social bond afforded by the group is that most attractive feature, and it's important for the department to figure out how to do that without creating exclusive groups. And lastly, without some clear plan and coordinated efforts to implement a new policy, to make change, and the resources and support to do that, efforts are likely to subside over time. This is why you see issues with subgroups pop up and then go away for a while. And so it's really important to keep a long-term view and a sustained interest in this subject on behalf of the department and the Oversight Commission. And that's it. I tried to be as brief as possible for you all because I know you all have good questions. So, and happy, I have Dion online too. We're both happy to discuss methods or discuss findings, interpretations, any of that. So
thank you, Dr. Peterson. So let me turn to Commissioner Giggins. Yeah, I think you're muted, Commissioner Giggins.
Thank you so much, Mr. Peterson. That was very informative and enlightening. And I do have a request. Can you go back to the slide about what needs to change and what the department members felt about? You said there was 34% who felt it should break up, but there were other opinions. Could you go back to that slide?
Yeah, I don't have control of the slides, I don't think, but it's 21, whoever's controlling it.
Okay. Oh, here we go. This is great. So, on looking at this, you have the 45% that says do nothing. Is that a do you
That's
know?
Sorry, that's disagree with doing nothing. That's
disagree with doing nothing.
Yeah. So
Okay.
20%,
Agree.
20%. Yeah.
The 45% disagree. Okay, got that. All right. Yeah, because you went so quickly that that confused me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And
Right.
slides of numbers are hard. So
right.
the pace.
So from this, in your opinion, you feel that there is from the people that you were able to engage, is it fair to say that there is a 30 to 40% of folks who feel that something should be done and that it's that this is a divisive aspect of the department? If you,
I mean, I think,
if you
I
were to
think-
round it, if you were to round it in terms of the people you were able to interview.
I think there's definitely support for change. So I think the prohibiting groups altogether, we thought was a pretty, based on our interviews with people in the department, that was a pretty serious approach. They would feel like that is a serious thing to make that action. And yeah, I feel like from our survey, from our interviews, two-fifths wouldn't be, a stretch. There's definitely variation by who you talk to, their background, their experience. But there's also a big middle group who, sort of abstained from having an opinion. So it's about 28 to 25%. So, that group could either be people who have seen it go both ways. They've seen these groups, act poorly. They've seen them, in their view, do positive things, or they simply have no experience with these groups, depending on where they've been in the organization. So it's people who have that strong opinion is, I think, two-fifths is fair.
One more question. You titled it subgroups.
Mhm.
There's several names, and the names they're either incendiary to call it a gang.
Mhm.
It's pablum to call it a clique. It's like, so there's all this emotion around the names.
Yeah.
Did you, in the interviews, did your interviewers interchange the terms, or did they constantly use subgroup? And what did they hear folks reflected back on how the words they used to describe this phenomenon?
Yeah, that's a good point, and that's definitely something we spent a lot of time thinking about. The subgroup term is a very organizational term, so a clique is a type of a subgroup, that kind of thing. And so we asked people in the department what they call them, as one of our interview questions, and a lot of times I think clique was maybe their preferred. And then some people in the department called them gangs as well. So, I think, and some use subgroups, of course. So I think it was kind of mixed. There would be, I think one quote that comes to mind is, we don't have any cliques here, or I wouldn't want to deal with any cliques at my station, from a command staff perspective. So I think that's probably where a lot of the people in the department would go. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Giggins. Commissioner Rubin.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Peterson, and for all the extensive work that you've done. And I'm glad you clarified Commissioner Giggins's inquiry about how many, what is the number supporting change, et cetera. I think that one of the things that we've learned, all of us have learned, is that it is essential for the department to get back to its core function, being protecting, serving the community and all of the community's interests. And in order to do that, it seems to me that change has to come from the top, meaning from the sheriff himself or herself. And the reason for that, working in any large organization, one takes direction from the top. And if the top doesn't see it as an issue, then nobody else is going to see it as an issue. And I'm sure that you're aware of our early conversations with the current sheriff on this issue was they don't exist, they're like clubs, moving on depending on what his view of the moment is. So what seems to me, and I don't see anything anywhere in the report that would give us the hook to say the change has to come from the top, because a commander at a unit level, a sergeant isn't going to do anything, it seems to me, to displease his or her boss. So how is it that we can get this sheriff's attention in order to move forward, end this discussion, eliminate deputy gangs, and move back to the core function of what the sheriff is supposed to do?
Yeah, and I think that's part of the existing challenge is setting that, that vision for change, setting what the department should look like, what they should, be doing going forward. And like you mentioned, I think, and I've seen some of the sheriff's statements, they seem to be based somewhat on his personal experience, possibly as a deputy, when he was at, I think it was East LA. But, our project is taking a broader view than, just people's specific experience. When you combine everyone's experiences, it looks very much like these are things that can affect deputies negatively. And if you're at a station with one of these groups, it can affect your, the functioning of that station, both in terms of morale and in terms of, just being able to effectively operate. So I think it really does have to come from some kind of realization. I think the commission has done a clear job of showing the concerns that you all have, the concerns that the community has. I think the report lays out the concerns that deputies and command staff have, right? And I think, there's sort of a resistance to not want to sort of go along maybe with what the commission, would want the sheriff to do. And I think that's, particularly challenging. And so I don't have, a clear answer for, how to convince the sheriff to move forward on, in a clear way, or to, recognize the importance of this issue. I think that's a challenge. And it is definitely clear by talking to people in the department that they can see when there are signals that the sheriff or command staff want things to change. So it will be, reinforced. It will be clearly set forward, and there will be, clear and appropriate discipline for, violating certain things that the department wants to see done. A lot of people gave me the example of, they tried to change the seatbelt policy. And so deputies could see, based on, the discipline for that policy, how serious the department was about it. So I think that's, communicating those signals is, I guess I'm saying you're right, that it is very important.
Thank you. Are there other commissioner questions? Commissioner Vice Chair Tolentino.
Did you share this report with Sheriff Villanueva? And if you did he make any comments or suggestions?
So we did. We shared the report about 3 months before publication. Asked for clarification on, any factual errors we made, and, opened it to feedback. Of course, we're an independent research organization, so, we always made it clear that we're maintaining, to accept or, not accept feedback based on, what we decide. But I received feedback from, we sent it out to a group of people in the sheriff's command staff, and I received feedback from one person. I think there were 2 comments that, we didn't really result in any substantial changes to the report. So not a lot of feedback on that.
Thank you. I also wanted to invite Ms. Barnes-Proby to join the conversation if you wanted to add anything to the responses that have already been given.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Well, the one thing that I would add is in regards to how to try to affect change in the organization, such that behavior and practices are better aligned with the core charge of the sheriff's department. And what I'd say is that I think that there's one of the things that we learned from our communication with community members and leaders is that there's misalignment between what the community is seeking in terms of services and support from the Sheriff's Department and what they're receiving. So there are clear concerns about the way that they are being treated. And what they're looking for is consistent with what a law enforcement department is supposed to provide: protection and support and service, and they're not getting that. So the one thing that I would suggest is, leveraging what you're hearing from the community in terms of what their desires are to ensure that the Sheriff's Department better aligns their behaviors with meeting the expressed needs and desires of the community. It adds to the legitimacy of law enforcement if there is a positive relationship and trust between the department and the community. And that's compromised by the behaviors of subgroups.
Thank you. Are there other commissioner questions? If not, I'll jump into the queue here. So I wanted to ask a bit about your methodology to both Dion and Samuel. So I'm wondering if you could, in reading the report, it seemed to me that your primary methodology here was the use of surveys and interviews with folks associated with the department, with folks in the community, and doing some review of publicly available documents and reports. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think generally, yeah.
And so were you able to access more detailed information from within the Sheriff's Department? So for example, the sheriff claims that he has enacted a policy that's sufficient, that they've dealt with the banditos in East LA or the executioners in Compton or deputy gangs in other substations, but we haven't been able to independently verify that assertion. Was RAND able to review internal documents that aren't protected by state law, say, to independently assess maybe some of the respondents' findings in the respondent surveys, or independently assess some of the claims from the Sheriff's Department?
So I don't think we didn't review any internal documents. We definitely, so on the notion of, did people get transferred out of East LA, for instance, or did people get transferred out of Compton? We did hear those things. We heard conflicting information about what that actually looked like. So I think that's one of those things where it is really important to know who's who and who's where. And I think that that specifically across the department would be a challenge for us as well. Especially if you're thinking about people being transferred, where are they now? That was not possible for us to assess. Yeah.
And in terms of the distribution of the surveys to respondents, from what you said, it sounded like you got about 1,600 responses. Is that about right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the percentage in terms of the response rate in terms of the surveys that you sent out to Sheriff's Department personnel?
It's 16, I think, 0.4% or something like that. There's about 10,000 sheriff's personnel.
Mm-hmm. And did you find that the Sheriff's Department encouraged sworn members of the Sheriff's Department to participate in the survey and to respond?
So they did give us access. So we primarily coordinated with captains to deliver the surveys. And the sheriff sent out internal email announcements about the survey. We also encouraging people to participate, and we also had announcements from ALADS, the deputy union, encouraging people to participate.
Right.
So we did in that sense.
Okay. Beyond that, were you able to interview senior level staff in terms of your access to do direct interviews with representatives of the Sheriff's Department or members of the sworn members of the sworn staff?
Yeah, we interviewed top command staff, mid-level supervisor, the lieutenant sergeant range and deputies. So what we often did is we would go out to a station to interview a captain, have them schedule us to talk at briefing, and then we would discuss the project, discuss that we're open for people who are interested in interviewing with us, and then we would receive people reaching out to us through that. So
And it
that
was
was,
otherwise voluntary.
yes, it was voluntary. Yeah.
Okay. So I want to shift gears a bit from the methodology to get your thoughts on this question of like nomenclature, and then I do want to move on because I know we have, unless there are other commissioner questions, and I'll take Commissioner Rubens after this one. So there's been a recent amendment to California, the California Penal Code, that defines law enforcement gangs as the following: a group of peace officers within a law enforcement agency who may identify themselves by name and may be associated with an identifying symbol, including but not limited to matching tattoos, and who engage in a pattern of on-duty behavior that intentionally violates the law or fundamental principles of professional policing, including but not limited to excluding, harassing, or discriminating against any individual based on a protected category like race, under federal or state anti-discrimination law, engaging or promoting in conduct that violates the rights of other employees or members of the public, violating agency policy, the persistent practice of unlawful detention or excessive use of force in circumstances where it is known to be unjustified, falsifying police reports, fabricating or destroying evidence, and it goes on from there. Did you find in your research, or would you suggest that, based on your research, there are subgroups within the Sheriff's Department that match that definition? That's for either Ms. Barnes-Proby or Mr. Peterson.
Dion, if you want to take that, I can take it. I think there are suggestions that there would be various groups that may match that definition. I think, and I'm not entirely sure how that law is supposed to be enacted. So I think there would probably, based on that law, I think that our findings would potentially warrant an investigation of some of those groups to make that, determination. Based on our findings, I think, we heard people's concerns about the behaviors that are listed there. So, I think that's not a determination we were asked to make, but I think what our findings contribute to is that, that determination should potentially be made in some of these cases with groups that exist in the department. I'm sorry, I have to, it's a little vague.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but I don't have a direct. Yeah.
Sorry, Deanna, did you want to respond?
No, I agree with what
Okay.
Sam said. Thank you.
Commissioner Rubin.
Yes, Dr. Peterson, you indicated that you had sent a draft of the report 3 months before publication to the Sheriff's Department, and you received only one written response indicating from the command staff that had 2 items that obviously didn't cause any change. And I'm sure you're aware that the sheriff and various captains have made public statements indicating, particularly to reporters' questions and others, that yes, they've received the report and they disagree with it. One would expect that if there is a disagreement on a report, that you would get some comment, some feedback, especially when they had it in advance. This is wrong, I disagree with you. Did the lack of written response from the Sheriff's Department surprise you?
A little bit, because, our approach was to try to include all involved stakeholders, working with the Oversight Commission, working with the Sheriff's Department, speaking with the unions. And so, yeah, I was curious that supporting the research wasn't, considered as a positive thing for the department. And so, yeah, I guess that's a question mark in my brain. but I also have spoken with the unions, or the ALADs, sorry, just ALADs, one union, and presented at their unit representative annual meeting. And they mentioned that they agree with some of our findings and, would support implementing some of those recommendations. So I think, yeah, I can only sort of go as far as what I've been told, in person. I've only seen the sheriff's statements. I haven't seen any captain's statements, but yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner, excuse me, Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, Dr. Peterson, that last comment I find interesting. Can you share with us what areas ALADs agreed with the report and would like to take steps to implement?
So I didn't get the details. I believe though they did, document what those were. So I could ask them, or you all could ask them. But yeah,
Well, you say it was documented. Did they provide this document to Rand, or how was this documented?
No, I think it was an internal document. So
okay,
yeah,
it seemed like if there's an opening there for some agreement on moving forward, that would be exceedingly helpful to this commission and particularly to the sheriff's department.
Yeah, I think so.
And I agree. Are there any other commissioner comments or questions? Okay, so I have a lot of other questions. I just want to ask about a couple of different themes that emerge in the report. And this will be my last question because I want us to take a break here before hearing from responses from the OIG, the Center for Juvenile Law and Policy, and the ACLU. One of the things that you all mentioned in your executive summary and then you develop further in the report are a couple of highlights that I want to just mention to make sure that the public is aware of them. One of the things that you note is that committing shootings or misconduct might contribute to be invited to join a group, but it's perceived to be less common, but it's not to say that it's not common at all, right? So committing misconduct may lead to an invitation to join a deputy gang. That as respondents reported that being willing to look the other way when others engage in improper or unethical behavior was a criterion for being invited. You noted that there seems to be forms of racial discrimination that's happening with regard to those subgroups that are active. Subgroups have, in fact, you mentioned that subgroups have few women members and few members of color. And of course, we just heard from Mr. Sweeney about the sort of Nazi iconography and the like. And so I'm wondering about your recommendations in light of those kinds of findings. Do you think the recommendations that you made would be sufficient to root out this kind of misconduct, this kind of racial discrimination that seems to be pervasive in these substations that have deputy gangs operating, and that the department and that the county has not been able to root out in over 40 years? So I'm wondering if things like more training, does that really get to the heart of the issue? So I want to get your response to some of those recommendations and hear from others.
No, that's a good point. I mean, I think, all those things that you listed are sort of violations of policy in other ways. And so our recommendations are focused on this group aspect of these groups. And so they are focused more on addressing the group nature of groups within the department. And so certainly there could also be recommendations on those specific issues. How does the department assess bias in policing? How are they assessing bias in their traffic stops, or discriminatory practices in their traffic stops or bicycle stops like we've seen? And so I think that was maybe something that we didn't have a specific recommendation for, because those things should maybe already be being addressed. So yeah, I don't think that our recommendations would necessarily speak to those behaviors specifically, if they are part of something other than a group process, if that makes sense. So
So I just want to ask one last question, which is sort of outside of the scope of your study. So feel free to say, I don't want to comment on that, but I'm going to ask it anyway, which is, there's been some reporting by ProPublica and PR about law enforcement participation in extremist or white supremacist groups. The FBI has indicated that this is a major concern in terms of law enforcement, these groups infiltrating law enforcement. And there's been recently a report where there were allegedly 3 names of active deputies who were not named in the story, who are members of groups like the Oath Keepers, which are, again, sort of extremist, some have alleged racially discriminatory groups. Would the recommendations that you're making address participation in groups like that implicate the public trust and integrity of the department, but aren't directly related to a deputy gang?
I don't know. I do, I think there are potentially some parallels in terms of, thinking about the appeal of some of those groups versus some of the groups within the department. It's tied to people's identity, and it's, the main appeal is having this, sort of social bond with people who are like-minded. I think that's about as far as I could say, though. Yeah, I know that's a really important topic right now, though, too.
And it looks like Commissioner Arun will get the last question here, and then we'll take a break.
Thank you. Really quickly, Dr. Peterson, have you read or seen or heard any comments about the new deputy gang policy just adopted by LAPD? And if so, do you have any opinion on it?
I only saw that it was enacted. I haven't read it, and I haven't heard anybody's perspective on it, unfortunately. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to Ms. Dion Barnes-Proby and Dr. Samuel Peterson for your work in the production of this study, which is so important to our understanding of misconduct and the operation of these deputy gangs within the Sheriff's Department, and views about those deputy gangs within the community and within the department more broadly. So we really appreciate your work and the effort that it took to put together such a comprehensive report. So thank you so much. We will take about a 10-minute break here and then come back and hear from a panel, including the OIG, the Center for Juvenile Law and Policy, and the ACLU to respond to the RAND report, their recommendations, and to tell us, what do they agree with, and what do they think needs to be further developed. And then we'll hear from the public in terms of public comment. Okay, so we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, Joanne. This is Patty Giggins. Calling. I couldn't remember what time I asked you to call me today, so I'm calling you now. I'm on a little bit of a. Yeah, I'd like to. Yeah. Contract and get an inspection out here. Again, Patty Giggins, 4210 Neosho Avenue, LA 90066, and
Patty, just FYI, you're unmuted.
We have about 1 minute until break is over. If you're a commissioner or guest speaker in front of your computer, please turn your video on.
Hey Jen, is my video working?
I hear your voice, but I only see a black screen for your video.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, it is 11:29, so we are back. And I think we have the folks who are going to be joining us for this next part of our discussion. We will hear responses from Max Huntsman of the Office of the Inspector General, Sean Kennedy with the Loyola Law School Center on Juvenile Law and Policy, and Melanie Ochoa from the ACLU of Southern California, where she serves as Director of Police Practices. Melanie joined the ACLU in 2016, so we know Sean, we know Max, but let me tell you a little bit more about Melanie. She joined the ACLU in October 2016 as an attorney focused on challenging the City of Los Angeles's use of restrictive gang injunctions without due process, the use of surveillance technology, including body cameras and drones by local policing agencies, and issues around police discipline. Melanie obtained her PhD in sociology and social policy from Harvard University in 2011 and her JD from Harvard Law in 2010. So she is well versed in these issues. And what I'd like to do here, given the hour and given that we also have some motions we need to respond to and to your public comment, I'd like to ask each of you to take maybe 5 to 7 minutes to respond to the RAND report and its findings and its recommendations. We have linked to the 2 reports that have been written by the OIG and the Center on Juvenile Law and Policy, respectively, to our agenda. And we've also heard from both Mr. Huntsman and Commissioner Kennedy about these reports in the past as we have been looking at this issue. I know that Ms. Ochoa has some additional recommendations about broader structural changes, and we're very keen to hear your recommendations, Ms. Ochoa, about those broader structural changes that would also result in impacting the operation of deputy gangs in the Sheriff's Department. So I'd like to start with Mr. Huntsman, and then I'll turn to to Commissioner Kennedy, and then Ms. Ochoa. So again, about 5 to 7 minutes, and I'm going to try to keep the time here to keep us on track. All right, thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you, Chair Ochen. I first want to say that your response to the sheriff's letter, I think, was spot on. Under the current administration, we approached them when the sheriff was first elected about trying to do away with deputy gangs. And previous administrations have denied their existence or not been cooperative in trying to get rid of them in any meaningful way. But this sheriff went on the offensive. And as you know, he tried to rehire a deputy gang member. And when we reported publicly on that, he put me under criminal investigation. And he's turned his sights towards this commission and the board and anybody who has provided any kind of commentary on what's going on in the Sheriff's Department. So it's a much more proactive LASD than we saw in years past. And I think that's because they realized time's up and it is now time to get rid of the deputy gangs. That's not just my opinion. That happens to be the law of California. As you pointed out, PC 13670 goes into effect January 1st, and it outlaws deputy gangs. This talk of cliques and subgroups is history. Some of these groups might not be deputy gangs. That is possible. In the case of the Grim Reapers, who Mr. Mandoyan used his status in order to intimidate a fellow deputy, that's described in the new law. the Bandidos beat down a group of other deputies for being disrespected. And every discussion of the Bandidos within the sheriff's department will tell you that they focus based on race. If you're Hispanic, then you're their business, just like a Hispanic gang that triggers off of race, or an any gang, or a white supremacist gang. There's a racial element that decides who you belong to. And if you're not part of their crowd, then you are not a member. So there are perhaps somebody might be able to find an African-American bandito, perhaps a female bandito, but I haven't heard of it. And with the executioners, we have, as discussed, a Nazi helmet tattooed onto people's legs. Good luck trying to get African-American and women deputies to tattoo a Nazi helmet on their leg. That hasn't happened to my knowledge. And it's not, my knowledge isn't what Rand's knowledge is. As they told you, they were not allowed to look at documents. They didn't see documents. All their interviews were anonymous. They just had to take what people told them. But when our office was created, we were given by law access to internal documents. Now, that's been obstructed extensively, but not entirely. So I've seen the internal investigations of the executioners and the Bandidos. The sheriff has before him solid evidence that the Bandidos and the executioners violate that state law because of their lack of African American and female members. It's not decisive. I think, as has been said, there needs to be thorough investigation to be certain, but the evidence all points not the way the letter to you says, but the opposite way. And so these are now, by California law enforcement gangs. So the discussion of what should we call them, and let's be delicate about it, that's over come January 1st. And more importantly, on January 1st, there's a mechanism for investigating them, which is the Inspector General's office. We're listed first amongst the groups that the Sheriff's Department is required to cooperate with in our investigation. Do I expect cooperation? No. I expect exactly what we've gotten all along, which is the sheriff currently will only cooperate under a court order. But that's what we'll get. It will take time. It will take years as long as they fight us. ALADS may have told Rand that they were fully in support, but we gave ALADS and the Sheriff's Department the opportunity years ago to step up and clean up this problem up themselves, and they did not do it. I don't fault them. I think it's impossible. It is, as Mr. Sweeney says, this is a metastasized cancer. No cancer patient with a metastasized cancer can cure themselves. In your early stages, maybe you can watch your diet, you can avoid cancer, but when you've got a metastasized cancer, you need a doctor. So the state has taken this decision away from the Sheriff's Department, and properly so. SB 2 creates a state process to decertify deputy sheriffs who are members of deputy gangs, or any agency, but the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department is the only one that allows this kind of behavior. So there's a mechanism now in place, and we have to use it. My office has to use it, and we will. We'll work with the district attorney's office and anybody else involved to make sure that this gets handled properly, that Brady lists are prepared, that people who should be fired are fired. And I don't say all that like it's going to happen tomorrow. It's going to be a long fight. It's going to take the rest of my career and probably the career of the next Inspector General. But we're going to do it. And I greatly appreciate your words at the beginning of this. I greatly appreciate the people you brought in together and the work that's been done. Professor Kennedy's report, I think, is spot on. What the ad hoc committee has done already in preparation has been very supportive of that. And it's why I don't mind being a target of a criminal investigation, because that's the price it takes to stand. Nobody ever went down to the Crips or the Bloods and asked them to kind of make themselves go away and just be nice. Law enforcement was happy to work on that job, but when it comes to the gangs within their own race, own ranks, they're not capable of doing that. It has to be external. And I don't know that the county itself, through a former corruption prosecutor, can make it happen either, because it's hard. It's a hard row for the county to do. But we have the Attorney General's office conducting a pattern and practice investigation right now. So, I think there are now enough people watching from outside that we can at least get the ball started. This commission, I think, knows all this. I'm preaching to the choir because you've already asked the Attorney General to step in about the most gang-like behavior of the Sheriff's Department, which is the way in which it attacked the people trying to get rid of its gangs. That intimidation is gang behavior. I mean, it just shows you that's how gangs work. They can't function otherwise. So I appreciate this. I support the RAND conclusions, limited as they are, because they were given a particular task. It was a polite introduction to trying to get rid of the deputy gangs, and the sheriff does not seem to have accepted the invitation, but the state legislature has, and we'll move forward on that. And I look forward to the days ahead with this commission working to use its power, its subpoena power, which, as we've seen, as that has gone, that's how this will go. It will be a fight every inch, and a fight fought in the courts. And only when the legal process of California is respected and used to get rid of these gangs will they actually be gotten rid of, or at least driven underground. Because the greatest danger now isn't just that we have extremists within the sheriff's department, it's that they're protected from by the administration. That's what's so destructive to the reputation of the department, to the working environment for the deputies who didn't sign up for that. They had no choice. That's what's brutal. If there were a few people hiding around behind a station and talking trash to each other, that would be much less destructive than what we have now. So thank you for this day.
Thank you so much. And we are, in good company, apparently, in terms of the sheriff taking aim at people and institutions and bodies like this who ask critical questions in the public interest. And you did that in about 7 minutes. So thank you very much. I will now turn to Commissioner Kennedy to give his response to the RAND study's findings and recommendations. Welcome in this capacity, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you so much for a chance to address the RAND report. Like Dr. Peterson, my students and I spent 2 years researching all that is publicly available about LASD deputy gangs for 50 years. We had a different focus. We were just trying to identify what is out there with the broad view. And we used commission reports, lawsuits, press articles, and internal LASD documents that were provided to us by former members of the department and community members. And we submitted our draft to LASD employees at every level, and they attested to its accuracy. And what we learned is very similar to what RAND learned. So the two reports, although they have a very different focus and approach, converge to reach many of the same conclusions. We found 18 subgroups, many of which meet the common understanding of a gang. And our report, Loyola's report, is about a year old now, and we're confident that there are even more deputy gangs than we uncovered last January. And I also just want to say that term, gang, it's commonly used by employees of the department at every level. And in fact, Paul Tanaka, former undersheriff who was affiliated with the Vikings, really feigned offense at the use of gangs as a strategy to fend off scrutiny. We also learned, and I think RAND confirms, that the leadership has consistently turned a blind eye to deputy gangs because gang culture in the department is long-standing and socially acceptable. And the stats that we saw, I think, really show that the idea of being hard charging and aggressive is something that is valued and is socially acceptable by many in the department. And one thing that I wanted to say when I was listening to Dr. Peterson is that this willful ignorance or tacit approval of deputy gangs is not limited to the current sheriff and his captains or his administration. Prior sheriffs, Baca, interim sheriff Scott, McDonald, they all took the same tack to some degree with different levels of investment, but the strategy is the same. The elected sheriff ignores the gangs until they create a scandal. Two, when the scandal breaks, the sheriff promises reform in response to a public outcry against police shootings or some kind of obvious deputy gang misconduct. And finally, and sadly, ultimately, the sheriff and the administration do nothing meaningful to eliminate deputy gangs and gang culture from the department. So while there's a promise, it's never delivered on. And members of this commission will recall that Mr. Burson gave a press conference where he said he was going to get to the bottom of deputy gangs after the banditos and executioner scandals broke. We've never heard anything again. And that's a pattern that happened with Sheriff McDonald, with interim Sheriff Scott. Over and over again, there's a promise that goes nowhere. And that's a point that I think is really important that is not addressed by Rand. And that is that the deputy gang problem within the department will not be solved until and unless all other county agencies stop enabling the sheriff's department regarding deputy gangs and gang cultures. This means that the county council has to stop helping the department hiding the gang misconduct from the public. It's really not in the interest of our community or public policy to hide gang misconduct for some short-term gain, because in the long term, all it does is allow deputy gangs to proliferate and for the misconduct that they engage in to become progressively worse and worse. And we're seeing that right now. And the district attorney, he needs to fulfill his constitutional obligation under Brady to disclose to accused people awaiting trial that deputies who are going to be prosecution witnesses are affiliated with deputy gangs. The judge and the jury deserve to know that. The accused person should be given that information. And finally, the Board of Supervisors should direct its lawyers to stop seeking protective orders and non-disclosure agreements, the kind of things we heard about from Mr. Sweeney that prohibit the victims of deputy misconduct from sharing their experiences with the deputy gang members and what happened to them. The failure of county government to meaningfully address deputy gangs and gang culture within the department has stymied our efforts to implement 21st century policing in Los Angeles County. We should all join together, all the arms of county government should join together and commit to eliminate deputy gangs so that we can get on with the business of enforcing de-escalation and constitutional policing. Because until we address this issue head on, I think it will be impossible to address the other issues. If the department has a gang culture that facilitates us against them and allows the use of violence and the mistreatment of community members and mocks constitutional policing, we will never achieve our goal of 21st century policing. And so while Rand does not address those issues, I think the report shows that there is a real truth to the allegation that there's a long-standing gang culture problem in the department that has been facilitated by the leadership for years, not just Sheriff Villanueva. And in this respect, the Rand report is not unique. It replicates the finding of the Colts Commission, of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, which held hearings in the 90s and found gang culture, of the Citizens Commission Against Jail Violence, of Loyola's report and the many reports of the Office of Inspector General. They're all converging to the same place. So the debate really is over. And now it's time to actually do something meaningful.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Kennedy, for your work on this report and for your response to the Grand Report and their recommendations. We will now hear from Melanie Ochoa of the ACLU.
Thank you. I'll try to keep my remarks brief, but I may be a little over 7 minutes just because I really want to give context and some substance to these recommendations, which I think are very different from those currently before the CLC. Deputy gangs and deputy violence is not new. ACLU SoCal litigated over the pattern of unspeakable violence LASD deputies and deputy gangs inflicted within the jails nearly a decade and 2 sheriff administrations ago. The county has long known about these harms, and it can no longer sit on its hands hoping that a sheriff will choose to take meaningful action to stem deputy violence. The Check the Sheriff Coalition letter lists myriad changes that the county could pursue to significantly impact how the department operates. So I would ask you to please review that letter and the prior letters it references that more fully detail our specific recommendations. In crafting a solution, though, the county cannot be afraid to chart new waters and boldly re-envision the ways it can shape the sheriff's department. So while the Rand report contained important observations about department dynamics, its recommendations fall far short in our opinion. Crucially, it entrusts the department to address deputy gangs and related issues without accounting for the long history of LASD and its sheriffs' blatant hostility to meaningful accountability and oversight, and their active facilitation of deputy gangs. To believe that LASD would implement any plan that results in its deputies being investigated and punished for misconduct directed at the community is to gravely misunderstand LASD. To be clear, we think departmental change, policy change is a good thing when department actors are actually willing to implement it. But we cannot simply rely on the intermittent largesse of LASD personnel to protect the public, as I think the board and the IG's reversal on the need for COC subpoena power vividly demonstrated, right? The county must also create structures and systems external to the department that are not controlled by those with loyalty to LASD at the expense of the public. And one of the report's central observations is the depth to which deputies, even those not in a gang, endorse the violent treatment of the public. Deputies know that demonstrations of violence are a prerequisite for getting in deputy gangs, yet they believe, quote, being in a clique is about being good. And this violence is evidence of a, quote, can-do attitude. To deputies, competence means being an aggressive cop, and they fondly recount acts of violence against the community because, quote, they want everyone to see them as this badass cop, and who doesn't want to be that, right? Deputies also repeatedly and unironically cite to gang members as the folks that good deputies will jam up to prove their worth. As we know from the ease with which law enforcement universally labels Black and Latinx people as gang members, this is merely a euphemism for targeting Black and Latinx folks at large. And even when superiors seek to take action against deputies who kill people and even seemingly fabricate evidence regarding the circumstances of those killings, individuals sympathetic to deputy gangs and positions of authority prevent accountability. These observations underscore the need for the type of structural recommendations we present here. What cannot be lost in this report, ostensibly about deputy gangs, is that aggressive treatment of Black and Latinx folks up to and including the murder of unarmed people is seen as good policing by LASD deputies. Deputy gangs are simply one manifestation of deputies' violent hostility towards the Black and Latinx members of our community. And we see this in the aftermath of the executioner's related killing of Andres Guardado. The sheriff's chief of staff said this unarmed young man shot in the back at his place of work chose to be murdered. And the deputies who investigated his murder invoked the right not to incriminate themselves for their investigative actions. These gangs could not thrive in the absence of leadership and an accountability system that similarly devalues Black and Latinx lives and believes that deputies' conduct, no matter how heinous, is above reproach and beyond the interference of outside entities. Even if deputy gangs are formally banned, the same type of conduct driven by an us versus them mentality, which I've heard many speakers speak to today, and the devaluing of Black and Latinx lives will persist if the structural conditions that allow these attitudes and behaviors to emerge are not completely eliminated. The crux of our recommendations is the need to change the systems that surround LASD and shore up the responsibility of other county departments so that the county has more control in ensuring consistent adherence to the law. Our first recommendation is for the board to place on the ballot a proposed charter amendment that would give the board authority to remove the sheriff and appoint an interim in consultation with the COC if the sheriff seriously violates the public trust through criminal conduct, obstructing oversight, or a pattern of unconstitutional conduct. Currently, there are no real consequences for noncompliance with law or policy, as everyone who is tuned into this meeting has clearly seen and is well aware of. The threat of removal and actual removal, if necessary, should impose one meaningful check on the sheriff's authority so that they do not feel as emboldened to ignore the law as they have done for some time. Moreover, if the board places a charter amendment on the ballot, it should include enshrining the COC, the IG, and its own policymaking authority in the charter, so there is no ambiguity or threat that this authority may be lessened in the future. The county also needs to take away the tools that LASD relies on to inflict harm on the community. Specifically, the county should move traffic enforcement away from LASD, which has long been used to justify stopping and subjecting Black and Latinx folks that they do not have any reasonable suspicion to suspect of a crime, to invasive and lengthy detentions. About 1/4 of all uses of force by LASD deputies that caused serious bodily injury to Black or Latinx people followed a vehicle or pedestrian stop, rather than something like a call for service or response to an actual crime in process. LA Times' recent review of stop data confirmed the persistence of this trend of pointless, invasive stops of Black and Latinx folks, and that the practices were drastically different in predominantly white neighborhoods. The department responded saying that this outcome is fine, and there are no concerns about this practice. Again, demonstrating that we cannot rely on the department to protect the public from biased and violent behavior. And as an aside, how can we really take seriously the department's claim that its excessive stops for technical vehicle code infractions like protecting the public from expired tags and forcing bicyclists off empty sidewalks onto busy streets has any public safety purpose when the department simultaneously won't even enforce laws against its own deputies mandating vaccination, which directly saves lives during this public health crisis? Removing traffic enforcement from LASD within the unincorporated LA County communities would allow it to explore alternatives to public safety and free up funding to do so. And more importantly, it would remove an entry point for harassment and targeting of Black and Latinx folks attempting to move freely in their own communities. And I also wanted to highlight a few policies that are already moving within the county but have stalled. And these are low-hanging fruit because substantial progress has already been made to move forward these systemic changes that would give the county direct responsibility over LASD's compliance with its legal obligations. First, the board's motion to take responsibility for responding to PRAs out of the hands of LASD and affirmatively post records of disclosable incidents as they become public has been pending for months, awaiting county council's report back. Implementing this proposal would greatly improve transparency and eliminate the cost to the county for nonstop litigation to get the department to comply with PRA requests. Moreover, only when issues are known to the public, as we see here with deputy gangs, do we ever see movement on addressing them. So getting information on disclosable incidents and the department's response to them is crucial. Relatedly, the board directed the OIG to investigate alternate complaint systems that would allow the public to submit complaints directly into the public record. This also ensures that all appropriate county agencies are notified in a timely manner, as LASD has withheld complaints from the DA's office until the statute of limitations has expired, and provides a way to track complaints submitted compared to those actually upheld by the department.
Ms. Ochoa, sorry to interrupt you. I mean, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm also not sorry. Because we're at about 8 minutes. I wonder if you give maybe 2 more recommendations and then we'll open it up to commissioner comments. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, so I'll focus on 2 more. Body-worn camera video, it should be held outside of LASD under the access and use policies that are created by the county. Multiple entities need regular and timely access to this footage, including the DA, public defender, OIG, and the public pursuant to PRAs. LASD should not gatekeep this information, and there is also concern that under the department's control, crucial footage may go missing or be inappropriately reviewed by deputies under investigation. And the development of EDEMS, an external repository for all forms of digital evidence, is already underway within the county but has stalled. Prompt completion of this project should be a county priority. And so the last, and I think easiest change to execute is merely supporting existing accountability structures outside of the Sheriff's Department, which includes the COC with independent counsel, putting the things that the COC has done as a standing agenda item before the board so that they can actually act on this information, providing funding so that it can be adequately staffed, supporting the Office of the Public Defender and its Law Enforcement Accountability Unit through sufficient funding, supporting the District Attorney's JSID, Justice System Integrity Division, with sufficient funding commensurate with the efforts of that department, are crucial steps that are simply reinforcing existing accountability and oversight structures that I think can have a significant impact on the way LASD functions.
Thank you very much to Ms. Ochoa, to Commissioner Kennedy, and Mr. Huntsman. So we can take a few commissioner questions for the panel, and then we have some action items to put before the commission and then take public comment. So are there any questions for the panel? Commissioner Bonner. You're muted, Commissioner Bonner.
I was having a little problem getting my cursor to the unmute button. I think I can't emphasize enough the importance of the discussion about deputy gangs / cliques / exclusionary subgroups within the Sheriff's Department and the adverse pernicious effects they've had. And I think this is a worthy first step in what the commission needs to do. So I don't really have a question, but I will have a motion, Madam Chair, on this matter when we reach an appropriate time. I just wanted to alert you to that. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from the panel? Commissioner Gagans.
Just a quick comment, not a question. I echo Commissioner Bonner and what others have said about the importance of today. And this has kind of been a summary, in depth, and a review all at the same time of everything that we've been working on for several years. And I value the alignment of all the information today.
Thank you. Commissioner Harris and then Commissioner Tolentino.
Yeah, although a question, it's only a question of, will our presenters, can they make available to us either transcript or their written reports? There was a lot of information there, particularly from Ms. Ochoa, and I want to absorb it fully. I would really appreciate if all the commissioners could be provided with those written reports. It'd be very helpful, I think.
And I think also, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'd be happy to submit a written copy of my comments in addition to the letter that was submitted by Check the Sheriff Coalition, which ACLU is a member, that spells out even more possible avenues for structural policy change.
Can't have too much information. Thank you.
Commissioner Tolentino.
Well, this is more echoing what Commissioner Kennedy was saying, is that was my first reaction to reading the report, is that this sounds like an update of the Coles report. And my first introduction to it was when Judge Bonner mentioned it in one of our meetings, talking about gangs. And so I got a copy of the report, and that was the first thing that entered my mind, reading the RAND. It's Rand's report is good, but it's an update. And it seems to me that I guess it's a little bit more, it's a lot clearer, and it kind of puts in categories what the steps needs to be done. But it seems like it's spreading it out so for such a specificity that really is just adopt a policy, training, communication. And it seems to have also been done in other reports that's summarized in Commissioner Kennedy's work. So that's just kind of my comment. It just seemed, you know, we spent additional time and money, and it's an update.
Thank you. I have a question for County Counsel. Ms. Zuderwijk, are you here?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Thank you. We heard some comments from Commissioner Kennedy about protective orders. We heard from the Inspector General about the impact of protective orders, as well as Mr. Sweeney about the impact of protective orders on the public's ability to know what is happening with deputy gangs and our ability to make meaningful interventions as a result of that information that's under protective order. And I'm wondering if County Council has the ability to unilaterally, on behalf of the county, lift those protective orders or waive the requested protective orders or non-disclosure agreements. Is that something that County Council has explored?
I think one thing I would just like to point out is when a protective order is entered in litigation, it is an order that the court enters. So with respect to each individual case, there is a court order governing the documents in that particular case. So could County Council just waive as to all of the court orders that have been entered? Likely not. It's something I can examine and get back to this commission.
And which entity requests those public protective orders? Is that something that's done as a matter of course, based on the judge, or does the county or outside counsel request those protective orders?
It depends on the situation. I mean, there are times when, both sides will want a protective order. I can't speak to all cases or what happens overall. But, sometimes it is the county that does request that the protective order is entered, and oftentimes plaintiffs will stipulate to that.
Okay. Commissioner Rubin.
Yes, on the subject of protective orders, I think it's good to explore this and have County Council explore it. But the fact when there is a court order, as County Council just said, it's an order of the court. So it would take going to the court, asking them to dissolve the protective order. But I guess the question becomes initially, rather than when it gets to the court and becomes a protective order, why should the county be requesting a protective order at all? I mean, if we're talking about personnel records, that's something that can be put aside. But I think the real question for County Council is why do you seek protective orders in cases? So I think that's the focus, or should be the focus. I had a question. There was a suggestion made by Ms. Ochoa, and I've certainly heard it in other contexts, is to remove traffic enforcing policy from the domain of the sheriff. And my question to her or anybody else is, how would that happen, assuming the sheriff isn't going to voluntarily step aside from that? Who would make that determination as to what areas the sheriff is able to enforce? Is that a matter the Board of Supervisors decides? Is it a matter the sheriff decides? How does that happen? Because it's clearly something that I think is worth exploring. So I don't know if anybody has an answer to that. Perhaps Mr. Huntsman, if you have any idea on that subject.
And I think Ms. Ochoa wants to respond as well.
I can definitely speak to that, and thank you for honing in on that solution. And so I also want to say that this is more fully articulated in the letters and supporting documents that Check the Sheriff Coalition on the legal basis for how this can happen. But the crux of it is that on areas of the unincorporated county where sheriff functions to serve as this kind of traffic enforcement entity, it can only do so through authorization of the Board of Supervisors, which the Board of Supervisors has previously given. So it can be rescinded. And in the absence of that authorization, charges that are incurred in conducting infraction-based stops are not reimbursable by the county. They are not county charges. So it basically takes away the funding and authority to do those types of stops within the unincorporated LA County.
Mr. Huntsman, did you have a response?
No, I don't have anything to add to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other commissioner questions or comments? Okay, so at this point, then I will turn to Commissioner Bonner, who indicated that he had a motion.
Yes, thank you, Chair Ochen. First of all, I strongly believe that this very long-standing problem requires a CCJV approach. And by CCJV, for those who don't remember, is the Citizens Commission on Jail Violence, which drilled down on the issue of excessive force, unreasonable use of force in the county jails, and came up with recommendations after an extensive investigation using pro bono counsel as the principal tool to investigate and examine witnesses before the CCJV. And so, Chair, in light of the testimony and presentations here today, I have a motion that, and I'll read it. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission hereby authorizes its chair and vice chair on behalf of the commission, one, to forthwith identify and to enter into an agreement with a consultant / special counsel, ideally on a pro bono basis, to two, conduct a detailed investigation into the existence, operation, and impact of deputy gangs, cliques, or exclusionary subgroups within the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and their impact on the Sheriff's Department itself and the community it serves. And three, to advise the Civilian Oversight Commission regarding its use of subpoena power in aid of the COC's investigation. Fourth, to present and examine witnesses at regular and special hearings of the Civilian Oversight Commission. And five, to draft a written report summarizing the findings of the investigation along with recommendations on how to eradicate deputy gangs, cliques, and or exclusionary subgroups within the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. The report of the special counsel or consultant to the COC should be done as expeditiously as possible for presentation to the commission, with the goal of submitting same in no more than 180 days. That's my motion.
Is there a second? Is there a second for the motion? If not, I will second it. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. We'll take a couple of comments and then we'll do public comment on the motion as well as the various presentations that we've had. Commissioner Rubin.
Thank you. As Commissioner Bonner knows, there was a previous attempt to seek pro bono counsel in this regard, although not quite as extensively as the motion sets forth. And there were a number of concerns expressed by county counsel on the subject. Rather than going into any of the specifics of that, I question whether this motion and what is included in the motion has been run by county counsel to make sure that there are not going to be similar objections that had occurred previously. So that's number one that I have for anybody who wants to talk about it, but I guess Commissioner Bonner, at least initially. And second, the motion spells out that it would be a pro bono / consultant, if possible, which sort of suggests that there may be costs involved. And if that's the case, who would foot the bill and where is the money coming from? And lastly, as Commissioner Bonner knows, for the CCJV, there was a separate ordinance adopted by the Board of Supervisors that permitted the appointment of pro bono counsel for that purpose. And as has been explained previously, there is no similar ordinance with the establishment of the commission. So I think before we move ahead and adopt a motion that may very well be fraught with problems, that those issues be explored.
Let me, could I respond briefly?
Please.
First of all, The Civilian Oversight Commission has independent power from the Board of Supervisors to issue subpoenas and conduct investigations using its subpoenas. So no, we have not consulted with county council, partly because of the very problem we had in a much different situation, getting county council to allow us to use pro bono counsel. So we have not consulted with them. I don't believe the commission needs to consult with them before adopting this resolution. I think it would be a mistake to do so. It would be essentially subjecting or subrogating our independence by allowing county council to once again intervene and attempt to veto what this independent commission should, in my opinion, be doing. So the next thing is who would pay the bill? Well, if we can't get pro bono counsel to do this, or a consultant to help us conduct a special investigation into deputy gangs, if we can't do that, well, and we had to hire somebody, well, we'll have to go to the board and get funding. But I strongly believe that there are enough very experienced people, they mainly are lawyers who do internal investigations, who would do this on a pro bono basis. So we won't have to go to the Board of Supervisors hat in hand and ask for money to do this. The third is, yes, there was an ordinance created, the CCJV. It did not authorize the CCJV to engage pro bono counsel, as I recall. It simply set up the commission, said it how it would be set up and appointed. The commission, the CCJV itself, solicited pro bono counsel to help assist the commission with the really what was a extraordinary task at the time, and that was understanding, investigating the use of excessive and unnecessary force, brutality against inmates at the county jail by Sheriff's Department deputies and deputy cliques that were operating in the county jails. They were called the 3,000 boys, the 2,000 boys, and another gang that actually routinely were using excessive force. So there was nothing about pro bono counsel in there. We simply we engaged pro bono counsel, and it was true we had the cooperation of county counsel. The CCJV did have throughout, and I would expect, I'll just say it right now, I expect county counsel to cooperate with us with respect to this motion and the COC's investigation of this important and long-standing cancer on the Sheriff's Department, which are the deputy gangs, cliques, exclusionary subgroups, call them what you will. But it's time that somebody did something about this, shined the light on it. And so I'm asking for your support, Lael, but I'm asking for the support of all of the members of the commission for this motion. And I think I've answered your questions to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Commissioner Giggins. You're muted.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I just like some clarity on, I mean, after post-Rand, we have the Loyola report, and we have consistent verifiable information from the Inspector General. I'm not sure what we're trying to achieve by us doing our own investigation or someone doing it on our behalf. Could you just for my own clarity and comfort zone, that we're going in the right direction?
Commissioner Bonner, may I? So I'm very much in support of this motion, and I would encourage everyone to vote for it. I think the reason why we need to move forward with our own inquiry is, one, because the board asked us to. After the RAND report was published and presented to the board, we were asked by the board to work with county stakeholders to explore the recommendations and to determine a way forward in terms of policies that can be implemented in the Sheriff's Department. Two, one of the reasons why I asked the RAND researchers about their methodology was because it was very clear that they had limited access to information, mostly from anonymous respondents and from interviews with senior personnel. They did not have access to the internal documents of the Sheriff's Department, which we do because of the ordinance and because of Measure R, subpoena power. When the OIG, I think, published its report, I don't believe it yet had subpoena authority. It does now. as do we. And so we can engage in a more thorough investigation than has yet to have been done. The same for the Loyola study. The Loyola study relied on publicly available documents. We can go beyond that. And moreover, this will be a public process so that everyone can understand what we are unearthing, separate and apart from a published report. So I think that public fact-finding is an important feature of this motion, and so I would ask everyone to strongly support it. I take note of the concerns that Commissioner Rubin raised, and the chair and the vice chair will work diligently to ensure that we can move through this in a way that is legally authorized by our commission, which I agree with Commissioner Bonner is independent and does have independent investigative authority. Are there any other questions or comments before we move to public comment? Okay, so Jennifer, how many members of the public do we have to speak?
I have 13 individuals signed up.
Great, thank you so much. So I'm going to make a quick announcement about how to participate for those who haven't yet indicated that they wish to speak, and then I'll turn it over to Ingrid Williams to make the same announcement in Spanish. So as a reminder, if you want to provide a verbal public comment, whether in English or Spanish, you must log into WebEx. If you are calling in via telephone or watching the Facebook live stream, unfortunately, you will not be able to provide verbal comments. To join WebEx, visit coc.lacounty.gov and click on the link to register and join the meeting. When you register, you'll be able to select the agenda items you would like to comment on. You may also raise your hand in the participant window or send a chat to the host to ensure that you're in the queue for public comment. When providing public comment, please eliminate as much background noise as possible. Depending on the number of participants, we will have either 1 or 2 minutes of public comment per person per agenda item. And because we have to act on this and one other motion, unfortunately, we were going to have to do 1 minute of public comment. To ensure that everyone who signed up for public comment can speak, and in light of implementing the family impact remark procedures, which we heard before, yielding one's time to another member of the public will no longer be necessary. If you would like your name placed on the official minutes, please indicate so in your comment. If you have technical issues, send a chat to the host through WebEx or email coc@coc.lacounty.gov. For those calling in or watching the live stream on Facebook, you can find the link to submit written public comments in English or in Spanish at coc.lacounty.gov. All correspondence submitted before 5 p.m. today will be part of the official meeting record and attached to the meeting minutes. Ingrid, would you like to do the announcement in Spanish?
Yes. Buenas tardes. Si desea que sus comentarios sean traducidos de español a inglés, simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar sus comentarios y alguien le dará instrucciones para cómo seguir. Gracias.
And the first comment will come from Tyler Bordeaux. You're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Tyler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Hi, so I just wanted to first start off by saying my name is Tyler Boudreau. I'm a member of Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, and I am here to stand alongside these families who are fighting for justice to end these deputy gangs. This is, like you said, a cancer in our communities. These are not just simple high school cliques that want to hang out by the lunch table. These are people that are killing people for sport, that are terrorizing people to win some kind of like leverage. And this is dangerous. This is actually a danger and the opposite of quote unquote public safety that, you know, the sheriff claims to be so fond of. But in reality, he's letting this happen in our communities. He's letting it happen. He's probably a bandito himself, actually, you know, and it comes from the top. It comes from the top. We can't allow this to continue at all. I'm so grateful that we are having this discussion, and to Commissioner Ocean, who is really uplifting this.
And the next comment will come from Irma Cooper. Irma, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, I am a mother of Black sons, and with the police gangs in operation, I fear for their lives. And I want to thank the commission for what it's doing to bring this to light. But we need public safety. And We need a department that will protect all Californians, not kill them. We need a department that will put core values like integrity, trust, and transparency into every action. When you look at the Los Angeles Police Department's core values, they say they reverence the law. They have integrity in everything we do and say. They respect people and they do quality improvement. But if we followed these things, we would not have these police gangs. The Sheriff's Department does not address any of these values. They say lead with compassion, serve with humility, and courageous, and to seek justice for all. But it's concerning that they don't address integrity, trust, or
This concludes your time.
in their values.
The
And
next
it's
comment will come from MJ King. MJ, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Thank you for your time. Deputy gangs confirmed by federal courts in the state, the RAND report, the OIG, the Loyola report. Meeting after meeting, you highlight the excessive force, internal harassment and retaliation, obstruction from within the department. Continual family harassment after the senseless loss of their loved ones. Unacceptable. We're paying over $80 million annually in settlement costs for LASD. Refusal by the sheriff to attend Oversight Commission meetings. When is enough enough? As Max Huntsman said, it cannot be cured. LASD cannot be reformed. Defund, divest, dismantle the most violent sheriff's department in the world. Until LASD is completely dismantled, I support the community recommendation set forth by Melanie Ochoa. Guns have no place in traffic stops, and LASD has proven their inability to participate in traffic stops. LASD cannot investigate themselves. But until we stop LASD, this will continue to happen. The Board of Supervisors will continue to approve $3 million in settlements every 2 weeks. How do we stop this violent cycle? Dismantle LASD. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Julie Martinez. Julie, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. Julie Martinez, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, hearing nothing, we will move to Tamara Case. Tamara, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Power and strength to all the families impacted. Although we appreciate the report, the RAM report, it's a shame we had to wait on a white corporation to validate what Black and brown families impacted by sheriff violence, murder, and harassment have been saying all along, including Miss Helen Jones, who helped spearhead the work, the mother of John Horton. Also in the report never mentioned anything about families impacted or ongoing harassment. Problematic terminology in the report using subgroups instead of gangs. Please call it what it is. No amount of training will work. LA Sheriff's Department, LA PD is rooted in systemic racism, white supremacy, what this country was built on. Examples still going on. The January 6th insurrection, the Kyle Rittenhouse case, the Ahmaud Arbery case. Abolition is key. We need money and resources in our communities, non-law enforcement response to community safety. LAPPL is not a union, it's organized crime, protecting murderers. We urge you to urge the BOS to overhaul entire sheriff department, including a ballot measure that would amend the LA County Charter to maximize civilian oversight and community control of our sheriff department.
And next we'll hear from Michelle Infante. Please go ahead, Michelle.
Good morning. The Sheriff's Department is a cancer, not benign, malignant throughout its department as a whole. It feels like a serial murderer who has been identified, LASD, not picked up, and you are running around town telling community, we told him to stop murdering people. The murderer can't investigate themselves. You continue to traumatize family by addressing the murderers, LASD, as a subgroup cliques and not by what they want to be called, gangs, how they act in public, gangs, how they kill as gang members. You find a label for community gangs, never calling them subgroups. Other states have investigation discipline powers for their review boards and oversight. The people who can change all of that don't. It's blatant politics with no regard for those who are dying, Black and brown folks, at the hands of law enforcement, LASD. And the county continues to hide deputy gang-related deaths. Asking for independent investigative powers with external help and discipline powers is important. You should read 5 investigation reports. When you finish reading those fantasy
Next we'll hear
stories.
from Carlos Montes. Carlos, please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Carlos Montes Centrosia. So I grew up getting harassed by the sheriffs as a teenager, as an adult, just for being in the community and for my political activism. I'm here to support families, especially Anthony Vargas' family, who has faced not only the murder of their son, but also the harassment by the banditos sheriffs. They got to be eradicated. They got to be prosecuted. I hope the FBI, the DA, Attorney General puts them in jail. But I'm also here to say that you all, as a commission, need to recommend to the Board of Supervisors for systemic change. Systemic change would be one step by having the Board of Supervisors and overhaul the entire department by including a ballot measure that would amend the LA County Charter to strengthen and maximize civilian oversight and community control over the sheriffs and the department. Alex Villanueva's got to go. He is a bandito. I know he's a bandito. I've been told by sheriffs within the department he's got to be prosecuted. Thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Janae Rea. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Janae.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. I am Paul Rea's sister. Paul Rea was 18 years old when he was killed June 27, 2019 during a traffic stop. Out of fear, Paul ran away due to poor actions before by the deputies conducting the stop. As he tried to run from Deputy Hector Soto Saavedra, he was gunned down and shot 4 times within 2 feet from the deputy and was left to die as the paramedics came to treat the deputy first, other than my brother. Hector Soto Saavedra, who is an active Bandito LASD gang member who is called Little Listo, has yet to be removed from the station and have consequences for his actions. Other than he could go back to the community and harass whoever he wants. He was involved in the Kennedy Hall incident 6 months prior to my brother's killing. Alex Villanueva yet to deal with the issues with the gangs within the stations, as he says there's no gangs anymore when the East Los Angeles Sheriff Station is mentioned, but it is filled with a deputy gang. There's deputy gangs within the whole LA County and yet to be dealt with. They kill our loved ones for a tattoo and harass us damn near on a daily. We can't go to Paul's memorial site without them passing by and laughing at us and trying to intimidate us. We want justice for all of our loved ones and will abolish the whole justice system if that's what it takes. Villanueva continues to lie and taunt families as he takes. Villanueva continues to lie
Valerie Vargas, you're unmuted.
and
Please
taunt
go ahead.
families as he takes. Villanueva continues to lie
I think there's some issue with overlapping. Okay. So I think the next person that you called, Jennifer, was Valerie Vargas. And Janae Rea, we appreciate your comments and we hope that you will sign up for family impact remarks so that you can get some additional time. I also want to note that we will be having a town hall on December 12th, which is being led by our ad hoc committee and our ad hoc committee chair. And folks are welcome to attend that as well. So let's go to our next speaker, which was, I believe, Valerie Vargas.
Valerie, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Good morning. As a living survivor impacted by deputy gangs and through the death of our loved one, Anthony Vargas, I want to see this commission board push the Board of Supervisors to overhaul the entire Sheriff's Department, including a ballot measure that would amend the LA County Charter to maximize civilian oversight and community control over the sheriff, Alex Villanueva, and LASD. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Richie Sergenko. Please go ahead, Richie.
Hi, yes, Richie Sergenko from the People's City Council. I want to say power and strength to all the families that are on right now. The crisis of the deputy gangs within the sheriff's department is it's way too much. It's beyond time to do something. You know, Valerie Vargas just spoke. Valerie and her family, the family of Anthony Vargas, are subject to constant harassment from the LA County Sheriff's Department, and that's a product and encouraged by the current sheriff, Alex Villanueva. I do appreciate the board and everything that they are currently doing, but I think the most important thing that the board can do right now is to urge the Board of Supervisors to overhaul the entire Sheriff's Department and include a ballot measure that would amend the LA County amend the LA County Charter to maximize civilian oversight and community control over the sheriff and LASD. Power and strikes to the families, also Google LASD gangs.
Next, we will hear from Karina Kay. Karina, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Karina. I'm a Los Angeles County resident and a member of Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, standing in solidarity with the impacted families. John Horton, who was murdered by the 3000 boys, Anthony Vargas, who was murdered by the Banditos, Andres Guardado, who was in initiation. The presentations that we have seen have displayed that this gang culture needs to end. I appreciate the presentation by ACLU SoCal that demonstrates that we need to center the lives of Black and Brown and Latinx people, poor people who are being murdered. I urge you to press the Board of Supervisors to not do another investigation, not report back, but to address this persistent gang and murder culture head on. We need to address Sheriff Villanueva's illegal actions head on and not tolerate this abusive behavior, which is stealing the lives of Los Angeles County residents. It cannot be tolerated. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll try Julie Martinez again. Julie, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. And Julie, it appears there must be an issue with your mic. We're not hearing anything. We'll move on to Stephanie Luna. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Stephanie.
Yes, hi. We know that having the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department adopt a better policy won't fix the crisis of deputy gangs or put an end to their reign of terror. Deputy gangs are only a symptom of a persuasive culture in the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department of lawlessness, secrecy, and unbridled brutality. And Sheriff Villanueva is only a product of this culture. This has been going on for years, and so many lives have been stolen as a result of the county constantly turning a blind eye. John Horton was murdered by deputies from the 3000 boys. My nephew, Anthony Vargas, along with Paul Rea, were murdered by members of the deputy gang Banditos. Andres Guardado was murdered by an executioner. You know, it's time that the county overhaul the entire department. We're asking the Civilian Oversight today to recommend a ballot measure that would amend the LA County Charter to maximize civilian oversight and community control over the Sheriff's Department and Alex Villanueva himself. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Bryce Alber. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Bryce.
10 minutes, I think I get. I don't know, I fell asleep.
Bryce Alber, you're unmuted. Would you like to make a comment? Okay, not hearing anything from Bryce. We will move on to the last person who signed up for public comment on this item is Helen Jones. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Helen. Okay, and hearing nothing on Helen's line. I just received a message from Jason R. Jason is the last person who signed up for public comment. Jason, you're unmuted now. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jason with BLMLA, and I'm joining the community and calling for this commission to demand that the Board of Supervisors overhaul the entire Sheriff's Department and deputy gangs and push forward the necessary changes to keep us safe. Our communities have been terrorized by deputy gangs for decades, gangs that permeate throughout this department. Gangs like the Banditos, the Executioners, and the 3000 Boys, to name a few, retain membership throughout the ranks of LASD, including the decision makers. There is no denial of the facts when it comes to these deputy gangs. These aren't cliques or fraternities. This isn't grade school. These are violent murderers, thieves who have stolen the lives of our youth, our futures, our elders, and our past. Generations of families that have been affected by these wicked overseers. With that all being said, the commission needs to recommend that the board move forward with much needed structural change. There's a desperate need to create non-law enforcement alternatives to LASD and finally investigate the connection between deputy gangs and deputy harassment of surviving family members and protect these families. Villanueva came out today in a statement saying that the LASD will no longer participate in these meetings, so it's imperative that the commission pursue any legal means necessary to enforce its subpoena power to hold the sheriff and its underlings accountable for the harassment of oversight officials, impacted family members, and the sheriff's illegal political activity using taxpayer resources. Thank you for your time.
And the last person will be Valerie Halwarada. You're unmuted, Valerie. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm coming from a different place. My background is I was a corporate officer for two Fortune 500 companies, and I'm looking at this from that perspective. I wrote you last month about the encampment at the VA, which is now cleaned up. What it took was the secretary of the VA coming out here. The sheriff had 7 years to make this go away and was unable to. It's in his jurisdiction. I went to a community meeting afterward, and there were 25 sheriff's deputies standing there And it felt intimidating, but I don't think anybody in our neighborhood was intimidated. But that's the way he's deploying people. And I believe there needs to be a corporate consulting firm like Bain or McKinsey. And I think that would be simpler and more effective. Thank you for your help.
Thank you, Valerie, for your comment, and we do look forward to looking more into the issues related to the policing of houseless populations in the future. So thanks for bringing that to our attention. So I think that exhausts our list for public comment. We have a motion on the table that was made by Commissioner Bonner, seconded by me. So we can now take, we've already had discussion. So Commissioner Bonner, can you restate the motion, and then we'll take a roll call vote.
Yes, I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, so the motion would read that, I quote, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Civilian Oversight Commission hereby authorizes its chair and vice chair on behalf of the commission, one, to forthwith identify and to enter into an agreement with a consultant or special counsel, ideally on a pro bono basis, to two, conduct a detailed investigation into the existence, operation, and impact of deputy gangs, cliques, or exclusionary subgroups within the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, on the Sheriff's Department, on the LSD, and the community it serves. And three, to advise the commission regarding its use of subpoena power in aid of the commission's investigation. 4, to present and examine witnesses at regular and special commission hearings. 5, to draft a written report summarizing the findings of the investigation along with recommendations on how to eradicate deputy gangs, cliques, or exclusionary subgroups within the LASD. The report of special counsel or consultant to the commission should be done as expeditiously as possible for presentation to the commission, with the goal of submitting same in no more than 180 days. That's the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Ingrid, can you take our roll call vote, please?
Absolutely. Commissioner Bonner?
Aye.
Commissioner Giggins?
Aye.
Commissioner Harris?
Aye.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Chair Ocean?
Yes.
Commissioner Rubin?
Yes.
Vice Chair Tolentino?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much, Ingrid, and thank you to you all. We will move forward based on this directive to identify a consultant or a general counsel and report back as soon as possible. Next up on our agenda is action item 2C, which has to do with the enforcement of our subpoena that was issued to for an appearance of LASD officials, Sheriff Alex Villanueva and Mark Lilienfeld, to appear before this body to discuss deputy gangs, as well as harassment and intimidation of oversight officials. So I'm going to briefly read a statement, and then I would ask for the commission to essentially take a voice vote to authorize county council to proceed for a order to show cause and the enforcement of these subpoenas. So let me just read this briefly. So with regard to the sheriff, at its October 21st, 2021 meeting, this commission voted to issue a subpoena to the sheriff to testify at the meeting today regarding the important topic of deputy gangs. The commission subpoena was served on October 29th, 2021. The sheriff has again refused to comply with the COC's lawful subpoenas and to testify under oath. Also, at its October 21st, 2021 meeting, this commission voted to issue a subpoena to Sheriff's Department Detective Mark Lilienfeld to testify regarding the sheriff's attempts to intimidate oversight officials with the threat of criminal investigations. The commission subpoena was served on October 29th, 2021. Similar to Sheriff Villanueva, Detective Lillianfield has refused to comply with the COC's lawful subpoena and to testify under oath. We will now take up a motion requesting that County Council seek judicial intervention, including but not limited to filing a petition to enforce these subpoenas. Can I get a motion for that item?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Commissioner Rubin seconds. Is there any discussion of this item? Okay, because this is a voting item, we do have to take public comment. Because we are also coming to the end of the hour, I'm going to give 30 seconds for public comment on this issue before we vote. Commissioner.
Just one quick clarification, if I could, Chair Ochin, and that is we also issued a subpoena for Under Sheriff Murakami, and I'm not quite sure why we're not taking enforcement action on that subpoena.
I believe because we took enforcement action last meeting, didn't we? No? Can someone clarify? I thought we had voted to authorize County Council to enforce a subpoena for the undersheriff. Is that?
We did in fact do that at our previous meeting.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So are there any other comments before we move to public comment? Okay, so let's take public comment for 30 seconds per person. Ingrid, if you can also make that announcement in Spanish, please.
Buenas tardes. Si necesita traducción a sus comentarios de español a inglés, simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar de hablar y alguien le dará instrucciones de cómo proceder. Gracias.
First comment will come from Karina K. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Karina.
Hello again, Karina Curlew, Los Angeles County resident, member of Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. I do support you all's action on this motion and would also like to urge the continued taking every legal means necessary to hold Alex Villanueva accountable. He is literally a gang leader. He is literally has the blood of so many of our community members on his hands. So I want to urge you to continue taking every legal means necessary to hold him accountable, to enforce every legal subpoena power that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Richie Sergenko. Please go ahead, Richie.
Yes, I just want to say that, the board the commission needs to do everything within its power to enforce its subpoena power to hold the sheriff and his underlings accountable for the harassment of oversight officials and the sheriff's likely political activity using taxpayer resources. More importantly, we need to establish stronger checks and balances, but I do think what needs to be done, can we hold them in contempt? What can you please make a stronger step? Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Irma Cooper. Irma, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. Irma Cooper, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, hearing nothing, we will move to Carlos Montes. Please go ahead, Carlos.
Yes, this is Carlos Montes, Centro CSO. Yes, I support you all in doing anything you can to hold this rogue Sheriff Villanueva accountable. He's already put out a public statement that he's not going to cooperate with you. He's not going to show up to any more meetings. So you need to take him to court. As I said earlier, he is a bandito. He worked there in the 90s in the East LA station. He joined them and he needs to go. Thank you very much for your work. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Justice Mordaka. You're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, on November 2nd at Stanley Moss Courthouse, I was at Department 45 when I was approached by Sergeant Michael J. Allen. And instead of hearing the criminal accusations of Mary Wickham, they requested for my cell phone. And if I didn't give them my cell phone, then they would arrest me.
Arrest me? Yes, I will. No. So if you provide the cell phones, then you walk out here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's how we do that?
I'm not saying it any other way.
Ma'am, Justice, are you there? Okay,
We'll move on to the next person. The last person who signed up for public comment on this item, which is Valerie Vargas. Valerie, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. Last person who signed up for public comment. Valerie Vargas.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't really know what to say. There's nowhere else to go from here. You know, Alex already said he's not gonna answer this to the subpoena, so I'm urging this commission to push the board into doing whatever legal actions need to be done. We need to get him out of, we need to
Sounds like we may have lost you, Valerie, and that does conclude your time. That does conclude all of the public comment on this item, Chair Ochen.
Okay, so as I said, the motion on the table is to authorize and request and authorize County Council to seek judicial intervention to enforce our March 21st subpoenas to Sheriff Alex Villanueva and Detective Mark Lilienfield to seek judicial intervention, including but not limited to filing a petition to enforce those subpoenas. So I'll just take a voice vote. All those in favor of approving the motion regarding judicial intervention to enforce our October 21st subpoenas against Alex Villanueva, Sheriff Alex Villanueva, as well as Detective Mark Lilienfield, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Are there any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes unanimously. We have about 10 minutes left and we have some reports. I don't have a report. I gave mine at the top. So there's no chair's report. Is there a report from our executive director?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, I did just want to take a moment to go back to our current Vice Chair, Casimiro Tolentino, and to thank him for his leadership on the commission, but to also thank him for his leadership in the community. He served in various capacities, both in commission, City of Los Angeles, as a judge. And when I first met Casimiro, it was, I won't say the year, but it was many years ago, and I was a law student. And Cas gave me my first free lunch from a lawyer. It wasn't an expensive lunch, and I don't think much has changed with Cas since those days. But I did want to thank you, Cas, for your time and efforts with the commission and your dedication. You are a true gentleman and a steadfast, I think truly a steadfast person who always promotes the community before himself. So thank you for that, Cas, and we wish you the absolute best. We'll be thinking about you. I did want to just also announce that December 9th is the date of the town hall meeting where we'll continue our discussion of deputy gangs. And then the last thing I wanted to announce is that as we see, we will have a opening on our commission with the removing of Casimiro Tolentino, that we will start that recruitment next week for a community appointee. As I'm sure everyone knows, we have 9 appointees to the commission. 5 of them are directly appointed by the Board of Supervisors, and then 4 are recommended to the board by the community. We will search far and wide for commissioners. We'll go through an interview process. We'll involve the justice deputies as well as members of this commission as we attempt to replace Mr. Tolentino, which is going to be a hard thing to do. And then we'll make that recommendation to the Board of Supervisors for their approval. So more information will be pushed out to the commission and to the community next week concerning this, but we are moving expeditiously to replace Mr. Tolentino. So that concludes my report.
Well, there's no way we could replace Vice Chair Tolentino, but we will add another member to the commission. So we want to join Mr. Williams in thanking you for your service, for your humanity and care for the community. And I also would like to know, when do I get my lunch, Cas? I have not had such a lunch sponsored by you, so I'd like to plan that at some future date. So thank you so much. We also
I want in on that. I want in on that lunch.
All of us want our lunches.
Only 4 commissioners I can take to lunch.
Okay, only 4 at a time. Okay, no Brown Act violations. Okay, All right, so let's move on to the report. If we can get a brief report from the Office of the Inspector General.
Like Brian, I first met Kaz when I was a student. I was his law clerk briefly, as I said before, and it was a wonderful experience for me. And so I'm also thankful to him for what he's done for my career. And that's two of the folks who work for you who know Kaz. I don't think that's a coincidence. The second thing I want to say is just point out that by ordinance, the sheriff is required to attend these meetings or send a member of his executive team. So when he sends you a letter telling you he will not attend, that's a dereliction of his duty. And I would suggest that you consider at some point referring that to county council for legal action as well. That's it.
Thank you very much.
I'm also now free to tell you Mac's story. So.
Oh, that we have to discuss that at lunch. And we also should note that Kaz started practicing law when he was 10 years old, just to kind of put this all in context. Okay, so now we're at, I think, general public comment. And again, given the lateness of the hour, we will have to do 30 seconds, but we've also had a lot of time for folks to talk about the issues on the agenda today. So hopefully folks feel like they had an opportunity to really contribute to the conversation. And as we said, this will be an ongoing conversation given that we'll be having a town hall on December 9th, and you can register and sign up for that as well. And there'll be much more opportunity for us to have more engagement with members of the public. So with that, Ingrid, if you can make the announcement for general public comment in Spanish. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Si necesita traducción de sus comentarios de español a inglés, simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar a hablar y alguien le dará instrucciones para proceder. Gracias.
Thank you. And our first public comment will come from Tamara Case. Tamara, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
You know, it's really a shame that our comments have been cut. There's family members on here, and the fact that they're not even getting to speak and they're getting a minute to 30 seconds, you know, the sheriff just needs to be abolished. There's no reforming this. The public needs more time to speak. How are you going to have the community's input? Y'all, we listened to y'all for 3 hours, and it's important to hear all these reports. But at the same time, the community needs ample time and ample representation. If one of the families or several of them should be on this commission, right? They're the most impacted.
So just on that point, I just want to respond before we go to the next person. I wholeheartedly agree with you, Tamara, that we need to have more time for public comments. Kind of difficult balancing all of the different demands on our agenda, but we are committed to making sure that the public comment public has as much time to comment as possible and as many opportunities to comment as possible. And we will work to make sure that we can expand those opportunities as much as possible. We invite you to attend our December 9th town hall, where we will have more families given an opportunity to speak. And I'll also note that our staff meets with members of the public and impacted family members. And I do agree that our commission needs to be more mindful of including different voices, Latinx perspectives, as well as people who've been directly impacted. So we hear you.
Thank you, Ms. Oshun.
Thank you. And next we'll hear from Justice Mordecai. Please go ahead, Justice.
Yeah, so on November 2nd, Michael J. Allen, Sergeant for the Stanley Moss Courthouse, we want the Civilian Oversight Commission to actually rehaul the sheriff in the courthouses. They attempted to kill a plaintiff illegally in the courtroom. And then when they get out the hallways, they act like nothing happened. Criminal report was filed at 211 Temple Street to Villanueva, which nothing was done since then. So we need criminal records against Michael J. Allen, the Sergeant of LAUSD of Stanley Moss Courthouse. Thank you.
And next we will hear from Gina Viola. Gina, you're unmuted. Please go ahead. Gina Viola, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to thank the commission for having this deep dive conversation into where we stand with the sheriff. He has shown himself from the very beginning. At the very beginning, after he was elected, he stated plainly he answers to no one, not the Board of Supervisors. He's clearly not answering to the voters. 73% of LA County voted for Measure R. and they understood that the sheriff needs the subpoena power. So it's time to really step that up and act on that. Thank you so much.
We'll hear from Rebecca Brown. Rebecca, please go ahead. Rebecca Brown, you are unmuted. Would you like to make a comment? Okay, hearing nothing, we will move to Karina Kay. Please go ahead, Karina.
Hello, yet again, in solidarity with the families, I just want to encourage you all that the statements from the families, the testimonies from the families, that should be enough to act on. So going back and doing a more in-depth investigation of the entire community, just because the board, asked you to, it's going to reveal the same thing, that the people impacted the most are the voices that we should be listening to. So I want to urge you to do that, urge you to take maximum action, overhaul the entire sheriff's department, because we know the culture, we have enough information to make that decision.
Thank you. And next we will hear from MJ King. Please go ahead, MJ.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you how much your loved ones are worth. $1 to $3 million doesn't replace your loved one whose life was stolen by LASD. $80 million in settlements doesn't bring back our community members to us. I urge you to heed community demands to press the Board of Supervisors to overhaul LASD. Why lose one more person at the hands of LASD?
Next, we will hear from Christina Vasquez. Please go ahead, Christina. Christina Vasquez, you're unmuted. Would you like to make a comment?
No, I didn't have my hand raised.
Bryce Alber, please go ahead, Bryce. And still hearing nothing from Bryce, we will move to Carlos Montes. Please go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, Carlos Montes, Centro CSO. Nicolas Perez and Jonathan Rojas killed Anthony Vargas August 12, 2018. Nicolas Perez, a known member of the Banditos gang, then killed Jorge Serrano on December 16, 2019. This is a major human rights violation. Nicolas Perez is a murderer. No more studies. Take drastic action. Charter amendment to overhaul the sheriff's department and give you more power of supervise them. No more studies. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Helen Jones. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Helen.
Thank you. Not one of these 3,000 boys sheriff gang members had been held accountable for the brutal sheriff gang style execution of my son, John Horton, and so many other community members that these sheriff gangs has racially assassinated. We would really like to see the sheriff department out of the whole county of Los Angeles. And since we know we're a long way from getting this type of justice, getting these assassin sheriff gangs out of the county of Los Angeles, we're asking for the sheriff department to have a complete overhaul and to shut these killer gangs in the sheriff department down. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Richie Sergenko. Richie, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to say that, reiterate what everyone here is saying, that the sheriff's department cannot be reformed, and we need to completely disband the sheriff's department, and this Civilian Oversight Commission needs to push for, to get stronger control over the sheriff. Someone was bringing up about how the sheriffs were acting in the courthouse. Just 2 weeks ago at the Bellflower Courthouse, the sheriff deputies doing security there said I couldn't enter the courthouse with my jacket that said "fuck the LA Sheriff's Department," which of course is the first.
And the next comment will come from Desiree Purpose. Desiree, you're unmuted. Would you like to make a comment? Okay, hearing nothing from Desiree, we will move to Stephanie Luna. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Stephanie.
Yeah, hi. Today we've heard about deputy gangs and how they've impacted our communities. We've heard about how Villanueva continuously defies subpoenas, but yet can show up to town halls and coffee with the cop with, no problem for his reelection campaigns. We've heard how these deputies consistently violate people's civil rights. It's time to make crucial change and follow the lead of the families and the community members that stand alongside us fighting for our loved ones. It's time to just overhaul this entire department. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last person who has signed up for public comment that we will hear from is Michelle Infante. You're unmuted. Please go ahead, Michelle.
When the county cherry picks cases to not talk about in public, it is not conducive to trying to make LASD accountable in the public. It hides the truth and often changes statistics. It's not about asking Alex Villanueva to do something about deputy gangs anymore. It's about what you can do yourself to make that change happen. Thank you.
Chair Ochin, that does conclude general public.
Thank you very much to everyone who hung around, the 55 people who remain on the call. We appreciate you for your patience, for your indulgence around how we've had to manage our public comment and so forth. But I think today's meeting demonstrated the need for aggressive civilian oversight and for more, not less, resources for us to do our work investigating matters of concern like deputy gangs, racial profiling, and stronger civilian oversight. I think as you members of the public heard, our commission is committed to doing this work. We won't back down, we won't be bullied, we won't be intimidated, and we won't be silenced. And we will take up the recommendations that were made today by Commissioner Kennedy, by the Office of the Inspector General, and by the ACLU. You heard Commissioner Harris request additional information about this, so we will be looking at it, and we hope to be able to respond in a timely manner. So please rest assured that this is not a conversation that's a one-off. This will be part of our ongoing work. And so we thank the public for their participation, for sharing with us what they know. We want to encourage folks to send us their comments generally, but especially about deputy gangs. You can go to our website at coc.lacounty.gov and provide comments. As Commissioner Rubin said, we've already received about 100, and we certainly would like to receive more so that we can incorporate your thoughts as another opportunity for us to incorporate your thoughts on this issue. I want to thank our staff, particularly Daniel Delgadillo for producing a wonderful staff report, to Ingrid and Jennifer, Ingrid Williams and Jennifer Weeks for their work on helping to manage this meeting, which certainly had a lot of speakers. I want to thank the folks who came to talk with us, the Taylor family, the Vargas family. We want to thank Attorney John Sweeney for sharing with us the information that he's obtained as a result of his litigation practice. We want to thank Rand, the OIG, Max Huntsman, Commissioner Kennedy, and Melanie Ochoa from the ACLU. So thank you all so much for your time and for the good work that was done today. We'll continue. All right, and with that, I'll call the meeting to a close. All right. See you all later.